Hi, my name is Mike Parker. I'm the director of Muay Thai, or Thai boxing, in the state of Oklahoma. My instructor, Arjan Chai Sirasut, is the president of the Thai Boxing Association of the United States of America. I'm also a full instructor in the Filipino arts and Jeet Kune Do concepts under Guru Dan Inasano of the Inasano Academy in California. I've had success in the ring. I've had success on the mat. I also train fighters in the ring, for cage, and for grappling tournaments. We're starting a series of 5 DVDs of Muay Thai in MMA. The first one today will cover basic boxing, footwork, combinations, counters, so let's get training. Welcome to Boxing Basics. The first thing we need to learn to do is to wrap our hands. When you punch heavy objects like heavy bags, when you spar and hit hard objects, you need to make sure that your hands are wrapped correctly. Boxers wrap their hands to protect their hands. They put on gloves to protect their hands, not to protect their opponent's face. You can fight without a face, but you cannot fight when your hands are hurt. I'll wrap my right hand first, attaching the thumb with the crease down. Go around the wrist twice. You start with the wrist first, then go up to the large knuckles. As you cross over the knuckles, go halfway down to the next knuckle. Go back around and come under the thumb and start going through your fingers, starting with the small finger first. Go back under, go through the next finger, back under your thumb again, go through the next finger. Make sure you keep the wrap as flat as you can through the whole process. If it bunches up, it'll cause your hand not to be able to close good. Also, when you're wrapping, keep your fingers apart. If you keep them tight, then the wrap will be too tight when you finish. Keep them open, and once in a while, as you're wrapping, make your hand go in and out and clench your fist. That way you know if it's tight or not. When you wrap your hands, wrap it snug. Don't be too tight. I've had the experience of wrapping too tight during a boxing competition, and my hand was numb and hurting by the time I got through the first round. So make sure you don't wrap it too tight. Go through the next finger. Go back around the thumb. Now, you need to reinforce these fingers that you just wrapped. So go across the hand. Now go behind the large knuckles. Don't go in front. Go behind. That reinforces those first knuckles that you wrapped up. Then go back around and you need to reinforce the thumb. Go around the thumb once, right behind this first knuckle on the thumb. Go back around the wrist and around the thumb one more time. I can't tell you how many times I've jammed my thumbs. Wrapping a thumb and your fist is really, really important to protect your hands. Wrap back around the wrist. Now, come through the web of your hand, and that will bring your fingers and your thumb all together. Go through the web of your hand, and then finish it up, wrapping around the wrist. It should be snug, as you should be able to make a good hard fist, bringing all your thumbs and fingers together. It shouldn't be loose at all. You shouldn't be able to move it around on your hand, almost like a cast, like a plastic cast. Make it good and tight. Okay, now we'll do the second hand. Same process. With the seam down, go across your wrist twice. Then start going up toward your large knuckles of your hand and go halfway down between the large knuckle and the next one on your finger. This will start wrapping your fingers. As you come behind your thumb, come up to the little finger. Then keep going through your other fingers. Making sure that it's not too tight or too loose, just snug. Now through the last finger. Now you need to reinforce the fingers that you just wrapped. So back around, and this time go above your knuckles. Then go back under. We need to wrap the thumb once, Go back under. Wrap the thumb again. Making sure it's not too tight. Make sure you can make a good tight fist. Go back under one more time and go through the web of your hand. And then finish with wrapping your wrist. It should feel snug and tight. Both hands can make a good solid fist. And then you're ready to go. So that's it for hand wraps. Now we're going to start with some basic boxing fundamentals. Okay, welcome back to Boxing Basics. First things first, you have to know how to stand. You have to have correct mechanics and structure as you're moving. A boxing stance, make sure that you're not on a tightrope with your feet. Make sure your feet aren't aligned because you're too off balance. As if there was a line going between your feet, that's how far your feet should be apart, about shoulder width, a little bit more than shoulder width. Your knees bent. Your rear heel above, so it's pushing up off the ground because you want to use it as a spring. Your hands, your left hand should be here at your cheekbones. In fact, this is a good way to get it to where you can know where your hands are supposed to be. If you take your thumbs and put them on your cheekbones and just make a fist, and that's where your hand should be. I know you've seen some boxers, they'll hold the hand down here, they'll hold it up here, they'll hold them tight in like this. Everybody has their own way of doing it. But you have to learn a basic structure first before you can start ad-libbing and freelancing your own style. So hands in front. Your left shoulder should be up a little bit, not down like this. You shouldn't be too relaxed, tense, like a spring. Also notice, I'm crouched a little bit. I'm not standing straight up. It doesn't look like I want to fight like this. It looks like I want to fight like this. Animals are that way. When they get ready to fight, they crouch. And they're ready to spring. Think of that when you're in your boxing stance. You're a spring getting ready to unload. Be relaxed, springiness. Feet not too close together, hands not too close together, not too far apart, right in front. And this left hand, imagine it is a tank turret. So whenever you move, it stays in the same spot. And it's always right in front of you. I'm going to bring in a couple of my students and we're going to do a drill that will kind of help footwork. Chelsea and Terry, just get in a boxing stance here. And I'm going to say forward, they're going to move forward 3 steps. I'm going to say backwards, they're going to move backward, left, and right. Notice how their feet move. Notice how they keep their hands in the same position. And their springiness on their legs. Okay, ready? Forward. Backward. Left. Right. Forward. Backward. Left. Right. Now I can tell randomly, I can do it however I want to do it, just to mix them up so they don't think about just forward, backward, left, and right. So here we go. Forward. Forward. Backward. Forward. Left. Right. Backward. Forward. Okay, now you can circle right. Circle to your right. Circle to your left. Circle to your right. Circle to your left. Forward. Backward. Left. Right. That's good. Okay, now I'm just going to tell them to go, and they're just going to randomly move around on their feet. Notice how they keep their feet apart. At no time are their feet together like this. You're off balance. You can't attack, you can't defend very well with your feet together like that. They have to stay apart. Okay, ready, guys? Go. Any direction you want to move. Notice their chin is down. Their left shoulder is up. Both of their hands are up. Their feet are apart the whole time. Excellent. Thanks. That's the basics of footwork. Make sure you practice that all the time. Thank you. When you're in a right lead, with your right foot and right hand forward, as opposed to a left lead like we just did, the right lead is the same exact movement and structure as the left lead. You're only the right hand and the right foot's forward. That's the only difference. You move forward the same way, you move backward the same way. You move left, you move right, the same exact way as you do with your left lead. Okay, now I'm going to have my students come up and we're going to footwork with the right lead. This time the right hand is up front and the right foot is up front. A right lead. A person who's left-handed, this is how they're going to stand because their power hand is their left hand. That's why it's in the rear. A right-handed person will stand with their left in front because their power hand is in the back. So it's just the opposite. Okay, we're going to go forward. Go. Backward. Left. Right. Notice how they keep their feet apart, the same as the other lead. It's exactly the same, just a mirror image. Forward. Backward. Left. Right. Good. Circle right. Circle left. That's it. Now just freelance it. Do whatever you want to do. Okay, that's very good. Now I want to point something out. Most boxing camps you go to, they will have most people right-handed. So most people are going to lead with their left hand and they're going to cross with their right hand. But you have left-handed people. So they also train it with the southpaw or the left hand cross. To avoid confusion, I think a person should be able to learn both sides because you're not always going to be able to come back to your favorite spot. Especially in a street altercation, you're not going to be able to go back to your favorite stance because a lot of times in street confrontations, this person is here and his buddy's over here. Well, if this person attacks me first, I don't have time to switch into my favorite stance. I've got to be able to go with this stance, which is a right lead. Or if this person goes first, I got to go left lead. So you've got to be able to go with the left lead or the right lead. It just makes sense. If you only go with one side, you are limiting your arsenal. If you can jab cross with this side and jab cross with the other side, that's 4 things you have then. It makes you much more mobile and you can adapt better when you can use both sides. Everybody has their strong side and you're going to go back to that side as often as it will allow. But you should be able to adapt to the other side. So you should practice your footwork in the left lead and practice it in the right lead. And that's it for footwork. Okay, welcome back. We've got our basic stance, so we're going to learn some punching now. The first punch I want you to learn is the lead jab. A right-handed person is going to lead or jab with his left hand. Most people that don't know how to box, they think punching is from the arm. It isn't. Punches start from the foot, and then it transfers to the hip, to your upper body, then it comes out the arm, much like a whip. As you start the jab, pivot small on your left foot, and that turns the hip. As that turns the hip, then it turns the shoulder, and your jab comes straight out. Just like that. Notice the turning of the hip and the shoulder. Also, notice that my chin is behind this shoulder. That keeps me from being hit as I'm jabbing. And as I jab, I'm covering over on the other side to keep from getting hit on this side. Whenever you attack someone, you leave yourself open to getting countered. So you need to be as safe as possible. 2 ways to do that is to make sure your chin is behind this shoulder and you're covered on this other side. I'm just going to demonstrate a jab a little bit quick, and then I'm going to bring a student in so I can hit something. Also notice I step forward. That makes my body weight hit with more power. Shoulder up. Covering good. Okay, now I'm going to bring my student in. And as he holds up the mitt, I'm going to jab it. Ready? Notice I move in. And I hit it with my shoulder, not just my arm. I'm rotating that shoulder. And I'm coming out. In. Cover with this hand. Make sure you cover all the time when you hit with the other hand. Come this way. Okay, good. That's the demonstration of the jab. The next punch we're going to examine is called the right cross. Cross because I'm also going across my body. And when the person throws his punch, I go across his arm. Notice when I throw my cross, this shoulder is up and my chin is down. Also that I'm covering on this side with this hand, on this, because you want to be safe when you hit. This punch is the same as the other punch. It starts down low from the foot, you pivot, turn the hip, turn the shoulder, and the punch comes out. Pivot, hip, shoulder, like a whip. If you step forward with the left foot, your body weight, more power, that makes your body weight hit. Let your arm relax when you throw it. Don't stick it out there and then bring it back by itself, or don't pull it back. Let it naturally spring back like a rubber band. Your muscles are made to come back like that. So just let it come right back to you. Okay, now my student, I'm going to hit the mitt. Same thing. Step forward with the left foot. Pivot, turn your hip, turn your shoulder. A straight punch. Make sure you're covered on this side. Make sure the shoulder's up and your chin is down. Don't punch with your chin up like this. Chin down. And that's the right cross. All right, we've looked at the jab, we've looked at the right cross. Now let's take a look at the lead hook. The hook is arguably the hardest punch in boxing. It's also the hardest to learn because of the body mechanics. When you throw the hook, from a basic boxing stance, your hands are up, your chin is down. As you throw the hook, notice how my weight is on my back leg now, as opposed to my front leg when I throw my cross, or my front leg when I throw my jab. When I throw my hook, I'm on the back leg. that transferring a body weight. It's like I'm dragging a big, heavy weight like this. And that's what my boxing coaches, they always told me when you throw the hook, drag the hook. That's how I really learned to hook hard, by thinking about dragging it. So if you think about pulling a heavy weight and dragging it, your weight on this back leg. As you throw the hook, your weight comes back, you pivot on your front foot, your knee comes in. Imagine like there's like a little guy standing right here, and you're going to just knee him in the head like that and twist. As the hip turns around, your shoulder precedes your hand before your hand starts moving, and then your hand follows it. Notice that it's like a whipping motion. 1, 2, 3. See it? It starts at the foot, hip, shoulder, hand comes around. Now, a lot of coaches and a lot of people I see when they hook like this. In my opinion, that's not a natural motion. Think about if you slapped someone, what would it look like? It would look like that. Just a simple slap. That's a natural motion. So just make a fist on the end of it. The same thing. When you raise his elbow up, it telegraphs the punch. I'm not telegraphing it now, and I just hit. It's much faster, and it swings much harder than when you lift your arm up like this. So on the hook punch, put your weight on your back foot, pivot, turn your hip, turn your shoulder, and a whipping, slapping motion. On occasion, you can precede the hook with cocking it a little bit and then coming back a little bit. Make it a little bit harder. Also notice when I hook, I'm covered with this hand and my chin is down behind this shoulder. Notice I come back on the back leg when I hook. I'm not on my front leg when I hook like this. I'm on my back leg. Loose and easy. And that's a look at the hook. All right, we've looked at a couple punches. We've looked at the lead jab, the right cross, the lead hook. Now we're going to take a look at the uppercuts, the left uppercut and the right uppercut. To begin the left uppercut, take your right shoulder, bend over at the waist, but not over straight. Bend like this side of the X. Like there's an X right here in my chest, just bend over the X, so this shoulder is bending over the left leg. And from there, use your foot to power your hip up. As your hip comes up, it transfers to your shoulder, and then your hand comes up to the uppercut. So it's a spring, just like the other punches. It all starts from the ground, from your foot, from your hip, transfers to the shoulder, then up to your hand. Right shoulder over. Notice that I'm covered. And I'm not bringing this hand down here because I'm wide open on this side. Keep your hands covered. Now uppercut. And launch it from the foot, from your legs, from your hip. Come up with it. Bring your entire body weight up through it. That's the left uppercut. The right uppercut is exactly the same. Dip your left shoulder over the right leg. Same thing, drive off the leg. Extend the hip, shoulder, right uppercut. Now we'll go back and forth. Left uppercut. Right uppercut. Notice I'm breathing out. Every time you punch, you're breathing out. Don't hold your breath when you punch because you get the wind knocked out of you. Breathe out. That expends your energy and it tightens up all of your organs and in your rib cage, your stomach muscles. It tightens everything up when you breathe out. Uppercuts one more time. Left uppercut. Right uppercut. And that's the uppercut. All right, so we've gone through some punches. The left lead or the jab, the right cross, the lead hook, the left uppercut, the right uppercut. Now we're going to do the right overhand. The right overhand is a perfect follow-up to the left uppercut with the right overhand. To do a correct overhand, as you come up with the uppercut on the left side, with the right hand, come straight over, bang, just like that. Don't shoot it straight down. It's more like a whipping motion like that. See it? Overhand like this. It's coming over the top of the person's arm, over the top of his shoulder, and you're going down. An overhand. So we'll do the overhand from the uppercut, overhand. Notice as I throw the overhand, I'm pivoting my hip, I'm turning my shoulder, and it's coming through. Uppercut, overhand. Notice I'm covered on this side, and the shoulder's up, my chin is down. Uppercut, overhand. Uppercut, overhand. Lift him up, hammer him down. Lift him up, hammer him down. And that's the right overhand. Okay, so we've taken care of some punches to the high line or to the head. Now let's look at punching the body. Two punches to the body that work really well are hooks. Because a lot of times when you're moving underneath punches, that's the good time to hit the body because you're coming in the range of the body. So when you throw a left hook to the body, you're crouching down and your left hook comes the same as it does from the high one, only you come low to the body. So just go low, bend over at the waist, bend your knees, stay covered, hook to the body, hook to the body, hook to the body, If I throw a right hook to the body, it's the same. With the right hand, you're hooking around, you're bending lower so you can hit the body. Right hook to the body. Don't reach down like this because you leave too much open over here. Bend your legs. Get down toward the body more. And then hit the body, then come back up. So you're safe coming up and coming down. If I go left, and I come up, now right again. So I'm going up and down. If I go double, I stay low. All right, I'm going to bring in a student so I can hit his belly pad so you can see my motion. Notice I'm not doing this. It leaves me open too much. Go lower. Right hook. Same thing, go low. Double. And that's the hook to the body. Now that we've looked at some basic punches by themselves, let's put some together in some combinations. These are introduction to combinations. We'll do more elaborate ones on DVD number 5. The first combination I want to do is a jab and a right cross and a left hook. Notice how one punch sets up the other one. When I'm jabbing, my right one is cocked. That's the next one coming up. Notice when I cross, that it's setting up the hook. And I'm coming back with the hook. Jab, cross, hook. Jab, cross, hook. Each time I punch, my chin's down, the hand is up. I'm going to bring my student in, and I'm going to hit the mitts with the same combination, jab, cross, hook. Right, left jab, right cross, left hook. Be loose with your punches. Don't try to strengthen them. Punching isn't about strength. Punching is about looseness in your shoulders and in your hips. And that's a look at jab, cross, hook. All right, let's look at another simple 3-punch combination. This one will be a left jab, right cross, left uppercut. Jab, cross, uppercut. I'm going to bring my 2 students in to demonstrate this. Chelsea's going to punch. Jab, cross, and left uppercut. Ready? Go. Notice how when she throws her cross, how her shoulder bends over her leg to load up on the uppercut. Notice how she keeps both hands up when she hits. She breathes out each time. That's good, excellent. And that's jab, cross, uppercut. Our next combination is going to be a right overhand, a left uppercut, and a right overhand. This is an excellent combination for people who are short or people who have short arms because they can't use their long punches like their cross and their jab. So they have to get on the inside and use uppercuts and overhands and hooks. So this combination, right overhand, left uppercut, right overhand. Notice that I'm going on the same line and returning on the same line. I'm going to bring my students out to demonstrate hitting the mitts. Okay, ready? Go. Move around more. Both hands up. Chin down behind the shoulder. Using your legs to propel your body, hit with your body weight. Good, that's excellent. That is the right overhand, left uppercut, right overhand. All right, welcome back. More combinations. We've looked at some combinations using both hands. Now we're going to look at the concept of using one hand, multiple punches. Obviously, if I can do one jab, I can do two jabs. Or if I do one hook, I can do two hooks with the same hand. If I throw a right cross, obviously I can do one, two right crosses. So we're going to look at some combinations using the same hand. We'll use the left hand first. The first one I want to do is the jab and left hook. Lead jab, left hook. Notice I'm not staying here and hooking, because remember, on the hook, to have it good power and good mechanics, you got to be on the back. So after you jab, come back, cock it back, then throw a hook. Jab, hook on the left hand. I can do the same thing on the right hand. I can do a right cross, right hook. Same thing. Right cross, right hook. It can be a right hook to the head, or it can be a right hook to the body. So I'll do those two. Right cross, hook high. Right cross, hook low. The next one, if I jab, I can also uppercut with the same hand. So this one, jab, left uppercut, left jab, left uppercut. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Right cross, right uppercut. Cross, uppercut. And that's just a look at doing combinations with one hand or the other. Okay, now in this section, we're going to work on defenses. If you have a good offense, you've got to be able to protect yourself too. So we'll go over some defenses covering evasion, deflecting, and blocking. When someone, for instance, throws a punch at you, four things are going to happen. You're either not going to be there, or you're going to deflect it or parry it, or you're going to block it. If you can't do one of those three things, you're probably going to get hit. It doesn't matter if the person punches or he kicks or he a single leg or double leg tackle. You can either not be there, you can deflect him off, you can block him, or he's going to get you. So the first thing we're going to work on is evading. The first thing I want, evade backwards. Just move back. Retreat. Simple. Somebody throws a punch, throws a kick, tries to shoot, just back up. Now it's important not to continue backing up like this. Once you retreat and he misses, circle off the line. Either circle off to the right or circle off to the left after you retreat. If you continually retreat, he's going to catch you. There's no way you're going to go backwards as fast as he's going forward. So as soon as you retreat, get off the line. Retreat, get off the line. Another way of retreating is just moving your upper body backwards. It's called snap back. If he throws a punch, snap back. Kick, snap back out of the way. Obviously, if he shoots for a tackle, you can't snap back. You've got to move your legs and get off the line. So the first two of defenses, move backward and retreat. After you move back, get off the line. That's number one. Number two, snap back. When he throws a punch, snap back. I'm going to use my student to demonstrate a little bit more clearly. He's going to do number one. He's just going to back off and circle, get off the line, right or left, after he retreats. Okay, now he's going to snap back. He doesn't move his feet, he just moves his upper body. See it? That's retreating two ways. Now the next one we're going to do is deflecting. We can keep our student up here. When you deflect, you're not blocking the brunt of his blow. For instance, if he throws a jab, I'm not going to block the brunt of it. I'm going to deflect it off the line. When I deflect it, we'll call it a parry. With this right hand, parry this jab. When he jabs, parry it. All you're doing is like a cat. You're just playing with it. Just a simple deflection and parry. Don't push it all the way off. Just deflect it. He throws it hard and fast. Just deflect it. Because I'm not using any strength at all to try to push this thing away. Because see how it leaves me open. If I push it away, he's just going to nail me with the other hand. So when you parry or deflect a punch, just play with it. Now, he's going to really try to hit me. All right? I'm just deflecting with this hand. I can deflect his cross the same way. Just deflect it. So he's going to jab cross. Deflect, deflect. The other way I could do it is with my forearms. Deflect, deflect with the forearms. Notice I'm coming in also. I'm deflecting his punches and I'm smothering them. But I'm not blocking the brunt of them. I'm not sticking them up and blocking here. I'm deflecting them offline. Because I may want to grapple with him. I may want to knee him. So, the two deflections, parry or deflect with the forearms as you come in. That's deflection with the hands and the forearms. The next thing I'm going to do is block. As he throws a punch, I'm just going to block. Just both arms. Cross. We also call this a peekaboo because I'm going here. I'm looking around it, but he can't penetrate this block. Another way to block is to horizontal your arms. Cross. So we got block, vertical, block, horizontal. And I'm taking the brunt of his blow. Either hand now. Okay, now I'm going to put those three together. I'm going to parry, or I'm going to use my forearms to deflect, or I'm going to block. Because I can't do everything with one thing, because the timing isn't right. You've got to be able to have multiple ways of defending yourself, or multiple ways of dealing with his punches, because one way won't work for all the time. So, go. Parry, block, forearm, block. Okay, good. Now, another defensive movement is called the bob. When you bob, you drop your right shoulder over the opposite leg. Don't bend your knees up and down like this. Bend at the waist. Make your shoulders perpendicular to the other leg. This is called a bob. And Terry, as I punch, he's going to bob to the left, bob to the right. I'm going to start with my left jab first. He bobs, bobs. So he can go either way if I throw the left jab. And notice, he's coming back up to the center each time. If he goes back and forth like this, it's easy for me to catch him. Watch, he'll just go back and forth. It's easy for me to catch him. But if he goes back to the center each time, it's like he's playing peekaboo with me. And that's the bob. Now, if you combine that with the weave, then that's called a bob and weave. As he bobs, he weaves underneath and comes back up. That sets him up for a counter punch. It also, as he bobs and weaves, he's going to hit the body. That's a good time to hit the body. So he's going to bob and weave. Don't punch. If I cross, he bobs and weaves the other way. Your right shoulder. That's it. So you can bob and weave to the right or bob and weave to the left. Now go opposite. Okay? The other evading thing I want you to learn, come here, Terry, is slipping. This one is just side to side. There's no up and down motion. You just side to side. He could do it with my left hand or my right cross. It doesn't really matter. He goes either hand. Hash, 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 hash. Okay? That's evading. Now, we're going to put those together with the blocks, with the parries, with the forearm deflections. Good. So now you have a basic idea of evading, blocking, deflecting. Put those together. When you spar, just make them work for you. Okay, we looked at some basic defenses. Now let's look at some counters. Counter punching is punching at the same time as the other person punches you, only you're evading and hitting him at the same time. It's probably the most difficult thing to learn in boxing, but it's probably the most effective. If you can learn to counter punch, you'll be very good. Terry, let me use you again. We're going to counter the left jab. When I throw my left jab, he's going to counter. The first one I want him to use is when he parries, he's going to jab at the same time. As I jab, he parries, and he jabs me in the face at the same time. Also notice, when I start my attack, that's when he starts his counter. He moves in at the same time, and he catches me before my hand lands. He beats me to the punch. That's what countering is. Now, he's going to counter again my jab, except this time, he's going to counter with this one low. Instead of going high to my face, he's going to parry the jab and going to hit my body. Notice he's parrying. He's not pushing it over. He's not using strength to block it away. He's just deflecting it. At the same time, he's bobbing this shoulder and he's jabbing to the body. That's why you have to learn to parry correctly, because he doesn't know when I'm going to punch, so that thing has to be up there so he can time his counter. Okay, one more counter to the jab. As I jab, he's going to bob his right shoulder down and hit my body with the right cross. Again, his bread and butter defense has to be the parry, because he doesn't know when I'm going to punch. So he can't hit my body every time. He's got to counter it and time it just right. And that's the counter to the jab. Okay, back to defenses and counters. We countered the left jab. Now we're going to do some counters to the right cross. Terry, can I use you again? The first one, when I throw my right cross, we call it a split entry. He'll parry with the left hand, and my arm splits his arms and hits me high in the face. We'll call that a split entry because my arm is splitting both of his arms. So he's parrying on the outside and hitting on the inside. That's a counter to the right cross. Split high. Okay, another counter to the right cross. If there's a split high, then there must be a split low. As I cross, he parries, and then he hits the body. The same thing as the high one. He just hits low now. Split low. Parry on the outside, hit the body. And notice, when he's parrying, he's not pushing it to the side. He's not pushing, because then he can't cross. He's crossed his body up. He's just deflecting it with the parry as he hits at the same time. So we have split high and split low. All right, the next counter to the right cross is going to be a bob and weave. As I throw my right cross, he bobs his left shoulder, weaves underneath it. Keep the bob and weave tight, because all he needs to move is just enough to make my fist miss. Now, as he bobs and weaves, look what's open. A body shot. We worked on the right hook to the body. So now he's going to hit me with a body hook as he bobs and weaves and comes up. As he comes up, he can add a left hook high. Bang. See it? Hook, hook. So the counters to the right cross. Split high. Split low. Bob and weave. Bob and weave with punches. Bang, bang. Okay, all three again. I throw my right cross, he splits high. The second one, he splits low. The third one, he bobs and weaves. And he can punch as a counter. Punch right to the body, high to the head. Right to the body, high to the head. All three again. Split high. Split low. Bob and weave with punches. Again, split high. Split low. Bob and weave with punches. And that's it for counters for the jab, cross, and hook. I want to point out that these are introduction to counters. There are many, many, many counters. These are very simple, easy to learn, and we'll elaborate more in a coming DVD. Thank you for watching Boxing Basics. This is the first DVD in a series of 5, Muay Thai for MMA. If you want to develop your boxing skills better, do what I did. Find a boxing gym in your area. You will definitely learn boxing, you will learn good skills, you will learn what it is to move and fight. Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Mike Parker. I'm the director of Muay Thai or Thai boxing in the state of Oklahoma under the direction of Arjan Chai, president of the Thai Boxing Association of the USA. I'm also a full instructor under Guru Dan Inasano of the Inasano Academy of California. Today's subject is elbows. It's DVD number 2 in a series of 5, and I hope you like it, so let's get training. Okay, just before we get to the elbow strikes, we need to pay attention to structure and movement. You can throw elbows from a regular boxing stance. You can also throw elbows from a Muay Thai or kickboxing stance. Either one is good, and the movement is the same. Forward, backward, left, right. As you move forward, move your front foot first. If you move backward, move the back foot first. If I move left, left foot first, right foot first. Whatever direction you're going to go, move that foot closest to that direction. That way your feet will never be together. Also, I want to point out, if I'm going to move backwards, I want to move my back foot first, not my front foot. If I move my front foot first, I'm off balance now, and I'm not really moving. I'm going to use one of my students to demonstrate this. If he starts to move forward and I'm going to retreat, and he punches with that front hand, and I move the front foot first, it looks like I'm moving, but I'm really not because he can still hit me. So we'll do it again. Front foot, I'm not really moving out of the way. Plus, I'm off balance now with both my feet together. So if I'm going to move backwards, I need my back foot first. Now I'm moving. So remember, when you're moving, whatever foot is closest to the direction you want to move that one first. If I'm going to move forward, move the front foot. If I'm going to move backward, the back foot. If I move the leftward, left foot. If I go to the right, right foot. And that's it for movement. All right, we're going to discuss different types of elbows. What I mean by different types is the angle of attack. The first one I want to discuss is the regular elbow or straight elbow. From a boxing position or a kickboxing position, you can do elbows from. As you step forward with the left foot, cover with your left hand on your forehead. As you cover, start rotating your hip and your shoulder around to make your elbow go horizontal to the ground. Don't make it go around like this. Make it come straight across. The reason I'm covering is so I'm not getting hit with something coming forward. If I hit on this side, my face is open. If I hit it with it on this side, it's open. So put this cover right in the middle. And if you think about putting the big part of your thumb on your hairline, then that's the perfect position for where your cover is. As you cover, rotate your hips and your shoulders and bring the elbow around. Hush. 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 The three keys to a hard elbow are pivot the foot. That in turn makes the hip turn, and that makes the shoulder turn. And that are the three keys to a hard elbow, because then your entire weight is transferred into your elbow strike. A right regular elbow. Hush. Hush. And recover. Hush. Come right straight back so you're ready to fire something else. Hush. Cover. A loose arm and hit with the point of the elbow. Right with the point. Hush. 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 A regular elbow with the left elbow is the same thing. I cover this time with the right. And loose, horizontal elbow with the left. Hush. 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 Right regular elbow. Hush. Left regular elbow. Hush. Right. Hush. Left. Hush. 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 And that's the regular elbow. Okay, we just did the regular elbow. Now we'll do the upward elbow. I'm going to use my right one first. As you do the right upward elbow, go at a upward diagonal angle. It's like half of an X. So I'm not going straight up and down vertically. I'm going at a diagonal angle with the right elbow. The three keys to a powerful elbow are the same thing. Pivot the foot, turn the hip, turn the shoulder. But I'm putting it at a right angle with his elbow going upward. Cover on the other side. Cover, upward elbow. Hush. Right upward elbow. Hush. Cover on the other side. Don't drop this one down like this. Cover. Hush. Hush. Now I'm going to do a left upward elbow. The same mechanics. Pivot with the foot, turn the hip, turn the shoulder. A diagonal angle with the left elbow upward. Cover with the right side. Left upward elbow. Hush. 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 Right upward elbow. Hush. Left upward elbow. Hush. Right. Hush. Left. Hush. 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 And that's the upward elbow. Okay, we've gone through the regular elbow. The next one was the upward elbow. Now, a downward elbow. From the boxing position or the kickboxing position. When you start the down elbow, turn your body completely sideways. Sideways. And this right elbow comes straight overhead, vertically. It's not coming at an angle. It's coming straight down the middle. To be able to do that, you've got to turn your body sideways. The mechanics is the same thing as if I'm going to throw a baseball or if I'm going to throw anything, except I'm going to throw an elbow down, straight down. Cover, just like on the other elbows. Right downward elbow. Hash. Hash. hash, hash. Okay, I'm going to use one of my students to demonstrate the reason why I want you to turn like this. If I start to elbow him downward, he can counter. If I go at a diagonal elbow like this, he can counter with this hand. See how he catches it on the inside? He can catch it. Even though my elbow's going down, he can slip his hand in. Go slower. Right there. See it? So I want to make sure I turn and go straight down. Then he can't catch it in the inside. See it? It's hard. He can't get his hand in there. So make sure, thank you. Make sure when you do the down elbow, turn completely sideways. And then straight over, down, back, right down elbow, hash, 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 left down elbow, hash, hash, hash. Make sure you cover, come straight up and straight down, hash, hash. The same three keys. Turn the hips, turn the shoulders, hash, elbow, hash, downward elbow, right downward elbow, hash, left downward elbow, hash, right, hash, left, hash, 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 hash. And that's a downward elbow. Okay, we've gone through three types of elbows. The regular elbow, upward elbow, downward elbow. Now I'm going to demonstrate a spinning back elbow, but you can only still have the three directions, upward, downward, and regular. As I step forward, I use this hand. It's a parry. I can put this in a person's face. As I spin, and elbow, spinning back. Step forward, block, elbow. And notice I'm not stepping all the way around. I'm stepping halfway and elbowing to my back. Forward, elbow. The three types still remain the same. Regular spinning back elbow. Upward spinning back elbow. Downward spinning back elbow. Regular spinning. Upward spinning. Downward spinning. I'm going to use one of my students just as an example of what this front arm is doing. If he throws a right cross, I'm deflecting this off as I step. Turn, elbow. Turn, upward elbow. Deflect, downward elbow. And that's a spinning back elbow. Okay, welcome back. Now that we've got our structure and stance and our movement and the mechanics of throwing elbows, now we need to hit something. So I'm going to bring in a couple of my students with some focus mitts, and we're going to do some single elbows. First, Terry's going to elbow with his right elbow. He's going to do a regular elbow. Ready? Go. Notice how he covers with this arm. Regular elbow is horizontal. Good. Now, I want to point out something. Notice how Chelsea, when he elbows, she's meeting him halfway. The reason for this, if she kept it here, I wouldn't elbow from this range. I have to step in too much here. Plus, I'm getting too close to her face. And when you start elbowing fast and you're going hard, a lot of times you don't pay attention, you'll accidentally hit the person. So she meets you halfway. Because in a real situation, I would be elbowing him here. So because she has the mitt, she has to adjust the range. So she has to come up closer as if he was standing there. So that's why she comes in halfway and meets it. That's why she's doing that. To protect her and to keep it so I don't have to reach for it. Because you don't want to reach for an elbow like that. They're not at the right range. Elbows are close, right there. Okay, again, regular right elbow. Go. Good. Now, upward right elbow. Go. Notice his elbow is going at a diagonal angle. It's not going straight up and down, it's going at an angle on that side of the X. Keep going. Good, good, good. Excellent. Okay, now the next elbow, the third one, the downward elbow. Right downward elbow. Go. Notice how he turns sideways to make sure his elbow goes straight up and down. Excellent. Same thing with the left side. Left regular elbow. Go. Good. Left upward elbow. Excellent. Left downward elbow. Go. Good. Let me mention one thing. When you throw the left elbow, excuse me, Terry. When you throw the left elbow, it's not like I'm throwing a hook. I'm not hooking around with my elbow. I'm not coming around to the side of the head. I'm hitting this person straight. So when you hit with your elbow, you come forward with it. You kind of make a small lunge as you go for it. I'm not going sideways. So this mitt should be catching it forward, just like she was catching the right one on this one forward. So this one's forward, lunge forward like this. Okay? Lunge forward on this one. Don't try to come around with it. Forward. And that's the single elbows on the focus mitts. Okay, we did some single elbows. Now let's double them up. We're going to use the same format, the same structure, same mechanics, everything else. You can use double elbow on the right side. So Terry's going to do a double right elbow. A little bit faster. Good. You can do the same thing on the left. Left regular elbow, double. Go. Good. Now we'll alternate. Right elbow, left elbow. Good. Now we'll alternate the opposite way. Left elbow, right elbow. Go. Notice when Terry's elbowing, he's pivoting on his feet, his hips are turning, his elbows are turning. That's how you get power from your elbows. Good. Now you can come up with any combination you want. For instance, we can do a single right, double left. Ready? Go. Single left, double right. Single left, triple right. Good. So whether you're using upward or downward or regular, you can put them together in any combination you want. 2 downward, upward, regular, regular, regular. Whatever combination you want to put together. Just get the basics down, regular, upward, downward, and just put them together in different combinations. All right, the next focus mitt drill we're going to do is called the snap elbow. Let me use Terry again. When you do the snap elbow drill, I'm going to stand in a boxing stance, and I'm just going to spread my arms out a little bit, and he's going to touch the backs of my arms with the focus mitts. As he pops the back of this arm, this elbow snaps around. I do it as quickly as I can when he pops this hand. Also notice, go a little bit slower, as he hits it, this arm covers, and I still elbow with the same structure and mechanics as I've been doing with all the other elbows. This one just helps you build up speed. And recover right back. If he pops the other hand, it's the same thing. Hit. Now, he can alternate. Ultimately, what you want to get is when he randomly hits my hands. That way I can't anticipate which one he's going to do. I go off the feel of him hitting my hands for the stimulus. So he's going to randomly do it. Good. That's the snap elbow drill, and it will greatly increase the speed of your elbows and the looseness of delivery. Okay, the last drill on the focus mitts with elbow strikes, we call it the blitz. The feeder is going to feed randomly regular elbows right and left. When I say ready, blitz, Chelsea is going to attack with 5 regular elbows in succession. Okay, you guys. Ready? Go. Ready? Blitz. Ready? Blitz. Notice how she covers with his other hand. Notice how her hips turn. Her shoulders turn. Power. Ready. Blitz. Come around this way. Ready. Blitz. Ready. Blitz. Good. Excellent. And that is the drill called blitz. It will definitely improve your multiple elbows and attacking with your elbows. Learn how to elbow like that, and you'll be doing something. Okay, this last chapter is going to be about training progression. What I mean by training progression is once you understand how to stand and how to move and the mechanics of an elbow and how to hit something with the elbow, then you have to develop drills to understand the timing and the distance of countering, say, like punches or getting in close to the opponent so that you can use your elbows in that correct range. So we're going to progress from countering a jab and a cross and a hook with different elbow strikes. I'm going to need my student. The first progression, when he jabs with his left hand, I'm going to parry. As I parry this hand, I'm going to pull it down at the same time. So I'm not just parrying to the side, I'm pulling it down at the same time as I'm kind of parrying it all the way down. Here, like that. That creates an opening for me to use my right elbow against his jab. But also notice that I'm not doing this and then I'm going. Because as soon as I throw down this one, this right hand's coming. So as soon as I go like that, he's going to hit me right here. So I have to intercept this so I can get in close enough so I can hit him with that elbow before he hits me with that right hand. So let me do this slow. As he jabs, I catch him halfway and push the jab down, right regular elbow. Notice, I'm not going to tell him, I'm going to elbow you. I'm starting from a boxing position. He doesn't know what I'm going to do. He doesn't know if I'm going to kick him, punch him, grapple with him. He doesn't know. Keep a poker face when you're fighting. Don't let someone know what you're getting ready to do to him. As he jabs, knock it down and step in at the same time. Elbow with the right. We can do the same thing with the elbow with the left. Knock it down, elbow with the left. Regular elbow. Regular elbow. Knock his jab down, regular elbow with the right. Regular elbow to the left. Right. Left. Okay, we've countered the jab. Now we can do the same thing with the cross. When he does the jab cross, I'm going to enter on the cross. So parry the jab. When he crosses, knock it down the same way I did the jab. Parry, knock it down, right elbow. Regular elbow, just the same thing we did the last time. Elbow. Knock it down, right regular elbow. Cover. Parry, knock it down, right in. Notice, I'm meeting him halfway. That way I don't have to reach. I won't hit him here. I've got to step into the closer range. And I can do the same thing with the left. Down, left regular elbow. Okay, so the progression, when he jabs, right elbow, jab, left elbow, jab cross, right elbow, jab cross, left elbow. The next progression, when he jab cross hooks, we're going to enter on the hook. Jab, parry, cross, parry, hook. I want to cover on this side. Do it again. Parry, parry, cover. But notice I step in on the cover. Parry, parry, cover. From here, elbow with the right. Elbow with the right. This can be a downward elbow, or it can be a regular elbow. Cover, down, parry, parry, cover, regular, parry, parry, cover, upward, parry, parry, cover, downward with the right elbow. You can do the same thing when you do the left elbow. Jab, cross, cover, left regular elbow. Left upward elbow. Parry, parry, cover, elbow. Parry, parry, cover, elbow. Parry, parry, cover, upward elbow. So, the progression, again, jab, parry with the right hand, elbow. Parry with the right hand, left elbow. Jab cross, right elbow. Jab cross, left elbow. Jab cross hook, right elbow. Jab cross hook, left elbow. And that's the training progression, using elbows to counter the jab, cross, and hook. Okay, this training progression involves punching in combination with elbows. Now, I'm going to start very simple with a left jab and then I can right elbow. Jab, right elbow. Notice when I jab, that's when I'm stepping in to the closer range of elbowing. From that concept of the jab and the elbow, I can also jab and left elbow. From there, I can jab, right elbow, left elbow. Or jab, left elbow, right elbow. Jab, left elbow, right elbow. Jab, right elbow, left elbow. Jab, right elbow, right elbow. Jab, left elbow, left elbow. And that's a training progression from jabbing to elbowing. Okay, now the second progression of combinations of elbows and punches. We will elbow after the jab cross. Jab, cross, left elbow. Jab, cross, left elbow. Notice my hands are up. Good boxing position, chin down. Jab, cross, elbow. Good mechanics on your elbow. If I can elbow with my left, I can elbow with my right. Jab, cross, right elbow. I'm stepping in after my cross to get in close enough with the elbow. Jab, cross, right elbow, left elbow. Jab, cross, left elbow, right elbow. And that's the progression of elbows combining jab and cross. Okay, here's a third progression I'm going to show you. From the jab, cross, hook, and then elbow. Jab, cross, hook, right elbow. Jab, cross, hook, right elbow. Notice I'm stepping in after I hook, right elbow to get to the right range. Jab, cross, hook, right elbow. Jab, cross, hook, right elbow. Jab, cross, hook, left elbow. Hook, left elbow. And that's a jab, cross, hook using elbows. All right, now once you've got a good understanding of how to punch, how to put combinations together, how to elbow, how to put elbow combinations together, then you can start putting together the elbows and the punches and just shadow box it and just mix it up. Because there's not a set pattern of how to box or how to elbow. You just shadow box, just like they do in boxing. You can shadow box anything. You can shadow box punches. You can shadow box elbows. You can shadow box knees. You can shadow box ground fighting. You can shadow box all the movements of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. You just mimic the motion over and over and over. And you do it in a freestyle scenario. So I will shadow box punches and elbows and just combining them together to different combinations. Combine your elbows and shadow boxing. Combine punches and elbows together, making smooth and fluid. Think of as many different combinations as you can. Okay, here's another good training progression. We're going to go from me being attacked by punches, and I'm going to progress into the clinch and then elbow in the clinch. I'm going to need a student for that. Terry, please. We'll start the drill with he's going to jab, cross, jab, and I'm going to parry, parry, parry. Then I'm going to do the same thing back to him. He's going to parry, parry, parry. Back and forth. That way, you both get the timing of the punches. Now, to progress it, on the third punch, jab, cross, jab. On the third punch, that's when you're going to enter into the clinch. Parry, parry, grab at the same time. Parry, parry, grab at the same time. Okay? So, it isn't 1, 2, parry, and then try to grab. He'll get away. Parry, parry at the same time. From right here, I want you to elbow and then clinch into a tie clinch like they're getting ready to knee. If he pulls his head up, that's a good time to elbow again. So we'll go from this progression. Parry, parry, grab, elbow, clinch. He pulls his head up, elbow. Okay, from here, we'll call this a football instead of his head. As his head moves, I follow it. And using different types of elbows, downward elbow, upward elbow, straight elbow, keeping my hands and my arms on contact with his head. And that way I can feel where his body's moving. And I just multiple hit him. Bang. In the clinch. See it? And then I can knee him from here or continue elbowing. We'll start again. Parry, parry, grab, elbow, clinch. He pulls his head up as he pulls up to try to get out. Elbow. And just follow and just flow with wherever his head goes. Elbow. And notice every time I elbow, my other hand is on his head. No matter where he goes, my other hand and elbow is on his head. Again. Parry, parry, grab at the same time. Elbow, elbow, elbow. Always keeping in contact with his head with the other hand. And now he's going to do it back to me. Parry, parry, grab at the same time. Go into the clinch. I'm going to pull up to try to get out. Elbow. No matter where I go or try to go, he's going to elbow me. So use that drill and it will help you flow with your elbows better in a clinching situation. Well, that's it on elbow strikes. That was DVD number 2. Be sure and check out all the other DVDs in this 5 DVD series, Muay Thai for MMA. You can contact me at my website. I'll have it on the screen on the end of the DVD. You can also contact the Thai Boxing Association of the USA for instructors across the country for fine-tuning your Muay Thai and stand-up game. Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Mike Parker. I'm the director of Muay Thai in the state of Oklahoma. I'm a student of Arjan Chai, who is president of Thai Boxing Association of the United States of America. We're here today to learn kicking on the DVD number 3 of a series of 5 on Muay Thai in MMA. So let's get training. We're going to work on stance and movement and footwork. The importance of stance and good footwork is essential if you're going to be a good fighter. You have to have balance. And to have good balance, you've got to have good footwork. It's much like an artillery piece. If it doesn't have wheels, it isn't a very good artillery piece. But if you can move it, if it's mobile, then it's much better. The same with fighting. If you have good balance, good footwork, you'll be a much better fighter, more balance, be able to move better. So there's 2 stances I want you to learn. One is the boxing stance. It's more narrow. A kicking stance or Thai boxing stance is more wide. The reason the Thais stand this way is to facilitate the kicks. When you're boxing, you're more narrow. You're not kicking at all. But when you kick, you have to bring this other foot out. And following in the same DVD, we're going to be talking about how to get maximum power from your kick. And the reason is because of the 45-degree angle that you stand. So from a boxing position, to move into a kicking stance or Thai boxing stance, move your foot out to 45-degree, hands out. So this is your kicking stance in Muay Thai. This is a boxing stance. This is Muay Thai or kickboxing stance. To move in these stances, you have to be able to go from one to the other. So you should practice. First, we'll go forward. Move the forward foot first. If you go backward, move the back foot first. If you go left, move the left foot first. If you move right, move the right foot first. And just practice in the boxing stance. And the kicking stance. At no time are my feet together like this. They're always apart. That's why whatever direction you're going to move that foot first. If you're going to move forward, move the front one first. If you move backward, move the back one first. With the left is the same thing. Move to the left or move to the right. Otherwise, if I move this way, my feet are crossed, I'm off balance, I can't move good. And that's a good time for someone to attack me. So practice going forward, backward, left, right, keeping your feet apart. Boxing stance, forward, backward, left, right. Now you can also circle. You can circle right. You can circle left. And also notice that my feet don't come together or they don't cross the line. They always stay apart. Whether I go forward or back, or left or right, or I circle the other way. My feet are always apart. That way you can move better and you're always balanced and you're ready to go. That's it. Let's look at the Thai round kick. When we examine it, there are three basic keys. The first key is 45-degree angle with your feet. From a boxing stance, step out and broaden your shoulders to a 45-degree angle with your legs and your feet. From boxing, step out 45 degree. That's key number one. Number two, as I start to kick, I step out at an angle with this foot and start pivoting. It's as if I was swinging a bat and I was stepping to swing like this. But rather than swinging a bat, I'm going to be swinging my leg. So think of that when you start to pivot on the second key. The third key of the Thai round kick is turning your hips and shoulders. 45 degrees, number one. Pivot as you step to kick, number two. Number three is turning your hips and shoulders all the way around. So if I do it a little bit faster, 45, pivot, turn, and then recover. You could do it this way also without the recover of turning all the way around. It's essentially the same thing. I'm starting with a 45-degree angle, I'm pivoting, and I'm turning my hips and shoulders into it. And a dead weight kick with my leg. It's not a snapping kick, it's dead weight. So when I swing it around, it's just like as if someone cut my leg off and just swung it at someone, it would just flop around. It's not a snapping kick. It isn't this. It goes around as dead weight. Three keys. 45-degree angle, pivot, turn your shoulders and hips, rotate them all the way around. So I'll demonstrate it now, kicking something a little bit hard. I'm going to use one of my students, Jeremiah. It's important that when you're kicking, especially in Muay Thai, that the person holding the pads holds them correctly. Make sure that he's holding them upright. If I'm kicking him on his body is upright. So when you kick the target, they have to be more or less upright. They can't be down like this. I'm not kicking up. I'm kicking around like I'm swinging a bat. So if I did that with this pads down like that, they're going to slide underneath and kick him. So they have to be upright. Now, when you kick, remember the three keys. 45 degrees with your feet. As you start to kick, don't step toward him. Step out. If I step toward him, that makes it so my feet aren't 45 degrees no more, and that's going to make the power of the kick not very good. So stay at 45 and step out as if I'm stepping to bat. As I pivot, I'm going to turn my hips and shoulders all the way around and just go through the pads. Notice how his body reacts to the kick. It's a heavy kick. And I'm turning my entire body, pivoting my entire weight into the kick. It's not a snap kick. It is not this. If I snap kick it, watch his body. That's a snap kick. Now a Thai kick. When you finish the kick, return to the spot where you started. Finish right back here. Because if you go down and step my foot here, he's going to kick me. Or he can knee it. He's going to knee it, see it? Or a good grappler will block and then he'll shoot. He'll grab my legs. Make sure and bring your leg back to the starting position. See it? Because then I can come back with another kick and continue. Or I can come back with a knee. Okay? So always come back to the starting position when you finish your kick. Okay. I'm going to bring in my student again, Jeremiah. I'm going to demonstrate the left round kick. Notice every time that we train with each other, we always do respect. That's traditional in Muay Thai. All Muay Thai practitioners do that with each other before and after each training drill that they do with one another. The 3 keys are the same. 45 degree with the feet. As I hop, I start to pivot with my right foot. And I'm going to do the same kick just like I did with my right leg. It seems that if I bring this leg back and then I kick, that it will be too slow. It would be too slow of a kick, that the opponent would be able to read it and tell what's coming. But the way the Thais do it, it's very fast. Now, when you finish kicking with the left kick, bring it back and then step back. Don't set it down forward. Don't set it forward here because you're going to get hit and attacked. So the left kick again. Hop it back. But don't hop it back so far that you're out of your 45-degree angle. When you hop, when you make the quick switch, a short hop so that your feet are still 45-degree angle, just like they were on your right side. A fast twitch. Good. Now, when you do a Muay Thai kick, it's important to be able to recover from the kick so that you can deliver another kick, another punch, another knee in rapid succession. When I do the left kick, when I recover, I bring this left leg all the way back and take one step back. Watch again. Step, step. See it? One more time, a little faster. Now, if I kick and I let my foot down, then he's going to attack me. I'm too close to him now. So you have to bring that leg back. As I sit this foot down, he's going to kick my leg. Bang! See it? But if I bring it back, it misses, and then I'm ready to counter. So make sure and bring that left foot all the way back again. When you recover on the left kick, 2 steps. One more time. Now, another reason you recover it that way is because when I hop, I'm starting in the back. If I wanted to do another kick from there, I recover again so I can do another kick. That's why I don't come forward. Then I don't have to go kick, lay it down, and then bring it back and go again. That takes too long. Go back to the original starting space. And then come back. If I do it on the right kick, when I kick with my right leg, bring it back to the starting spot. Kick, right back. Recover it better that way. If I set my foot down, he can kick me. He can punch me. I'm too close to him. Recover. That way I can throw another kick afterward. One more time. Okay, now we're going to talk about the teep. The teep is a Thai word and means foot jab. Foot jab is like a straight kick, a straight thrusting kick with either leg. First, we'll go with the short foot jab. The short foot jab is with the rear leg. Most martial arts consider this one the long one with the rear leg because it's coming from a longer distance back, okay? But it's short in Thai boxing. The reason they call it the short one is because when I foot jab him with my rear leg, he's going to back up. Do it again. Back up. Make me miss. Yeah, foot jab. See it? It's short. I can't reach him. If he perceives the kick and gets out of the way of it, I can't get him. That's why they call the rear leg the short foot jab. Again, short foot jab. Okay? Now, if he holds the pad so I can go ahead and do the kick, when you do the foot jab, I'm not going to come up like this. It's not coming in an upward trajectory. It's going straight. So I'm going to thrust my hip forward. As I do it, thrust my hip forward. I'm actually punching him with my foot. I'm not pushing him. I'm ballistically hitting him with my foot. The ball of my foot or the flat of my foot. Now, to get maximum power, put your hip forward and thrust your hip forward. As I do that, and it's not a snapping kick. I don't snap it. I don't snap it up like this because it doesn't move him if I snap. If I put my hip into it and thrust my hip out, that makes much more of an impact. It's not a snapping kick. So the short foot jab comes from the rear foot and it thrusts straight forward. And you hit with the ball of the foot or with the flat of the foot or with the heel. This is a good kick for if someone is rushing you real fast. Back up just a little bit, Jeremiah. As he comes in and you stop him, you don't have time to throw a combination or a more elaborate attack. It's a good way to keep him off of you. Okay, good. Now, when I do the foot jab, you should come up on the supporting foot because that uses the muscles of your legs and your hips to even more power. Instead of keeping this foot flat, raise it up on the ball of your foot. And you get more length out of the foot jab. Come up on the ball of your foot of your support leg. And thrust your hip forward. And notice the impact on Jeremiah. Good. Okay. Let's look at the long foot jab. The long foot jab in Thai boxing is different than other martial arts. Most martial arts, the long one is from the rear because it comes from a longer distance away. In Thai boxing, it's completely opposite because of the footwork. If I hop this one back and teep or foot jab, okay, that seems like it's short, okay? But when I start to move this leg back, Jeremiah's going to move back and get out of the way of it. And I covered more ground because of my footwork. So he's going to move back again when I start the kick. See it? Because if I stayed here and he moved back, I would miss him. But because of my footwork in the long foot jab, when I hop and he moves back, I can see it. And I can chase him with it. So I could go a pretty long distance, go fast back, and still get him. So that's why they call it the long foot jab, because you're able to travel a longer distance. The same When you do the left kick, when you hop it to get more power, the same with the foot jab. Put the pad in. When I hop this leg back, it gives it more power to foot jab it. The same mechanics as in the right foot jab or the short one. Make sure the hips are thrust forward when you do the foot jab. And come up on the ball of the other foot. That gives everything more ballisticness, more power in your muscles. Practice the long foot jab when you hop it and he starts moving back. Focus on my feet for just a second when he moves back and see how my feet go when I hop it back and he starts moving backward. One more time. Good. And that's the difference between the long foot jab and the short foot jab. Okay, throughout this DVD, we've been exploring the kicking of Muay Thai. We did the round kick, right and left leg. We did the foot jab, right and left leg. Now we're going to explore some combinations. These are pretty basic, but that's what you're going to use when you get into a confrontation, either on the street, if you're fighting in the ring or in the cage. You're going to use things that you know you can do, simple things that you've trained over and over and over. So some of these are simple, they're easy to do, but they're very, very effective. The first one we'll do is a double right kick. Remember when I taught you, when you kick more than one time, always bring your foot back to the starting space. Bring it back to the point where you started the kick. So a double right kick. Notice each time I kick, I'm putting it down in the same spot where I finished, and then come back again. And I'm also staying pivoted on my support foot. Focus on my foot just for a second. When I kick, I'm staying here. On my next kick, my foot is still here. I'm not going back and forth like this. When I kick twice, my foot is staying right here. It's the same pivot point. And the kicks are just as hard each time. Thanks. Okay, now we're going to do the double left kick. Remember, on the left kick, to get power from this kick, you have to hop it back to a position where it's 45 degrees. Just opposite of your right kick. So make sure and switch it back, hop it back before you kick with the left leg. And then on the second kick, bring it back to the same spot. It's exactly what we did on the right leg. The same thing when I kick twice. My support foot stays pivoted. It doesn't pivot back and forth. It stays pivoted in the same spot as I kick the second time. One more time. And when you recover, step, step. Step, step. Good. This combination is going to be left kick to right kick. Before I do it, I want to explain just for a second. The person holding the pads, he should always keep his left leg forward because that's how he's going to be fighting me. That's where the posture of Muay Thai comes from. Like this is from holding those pads. That's where it comes from. Now, as I kick, he's just going to turn in the direction of my kick. So I don't want him to hold him for me on my right and then hold him on my left. He reads my hips. He reads my body as I'm kicking. That way he doesn't know which kick is coming. He reads it. So if I kick right, he turns into it. And then left, he turns into it. Because he sees my hips turning, that's why he knows which kick is coming. So in the combination of right to left, right kick, left kick, a little bit faster, and notice on my left kick that I recover with the 2 steps. 1, 2. Always recover. It's safer that way. Right kick to left kick. Good. The next combination will be left kick to right kick. Start with the left kick. Remember, you got to hop it back. Now, on this one, there's 2 ways you can do it. One, you can step back all the way and then come back with a right kick. Or you can set it straight down and then he has to adjust. And then I go right into my right kick. I'll hop back and kick and then set my foot down. He has to adjust. Notice if he doesn't adjust, how close I am to him. See, I'm too close to kick now with that other kick. So the feeder is very important for this person to learn how to kick correctly. He has to be at the right distance. So he's going to adjust after I left kick. See, that way he's at the right distance each time, and I can just unload. Good. The next combination, long foot jab to right kick. The long foot jab, when you hop it, that's where you get the power. And then set it right in front. And that way you're going to start your right kick automatically. Do it again. Foot jab, right here. That's when you start the right kick. Before your foot sets down on the foot jab, after you finish it, already start to pivot it on your right kick. I'll do it slow. Foot jab, start to pivot, right kick. A little faster now. Foot jab, start to pivot, kick. And notice I'm already moving into the right kick after I foot jab. I'm leaning over to this side so I can kick on the right side. So this would be good. For instance, if he was coming forward and I intercepted him with a foot jab and then kicked the leg. It's the same thing. Foot jab, kick the leg. Or foot jab, kick the pad. Yeah, see it? So that's why he has his belly pad on. As he comes in, foot jab, kick. Okay, now we're going to do the combination of the short foot jab and left kick. This is one of the few times you don't have to hop the left kick back to get power from it. Because as I finish, As I finish my short foot jab, I set it down in front, and now I'm already in the 45-degree angle for my left kick to come up. So short foot jab, the rear kick, short foot jab, left kick. You just step right into the left kick. After you put jab, step right into it. Make sure when you're kicking to pivot and turn your hips and shoulders all the way over to make that kick heavy and loose. And when you recover from the left kick, remember, step it back. Step. Stretch. Good. This combination is the long foot jab followed by the left kick. Now there's a special kind of footwork and biomechanics in this one. So I'm going to go a little bit slower and then we'll pick it up speed a little bit. When you do the long foot jab or the left one, as I finish it, I'm leaning forward and then I'm going to start the kick. So I'm not going to set it down and then left kick like that. I'm going to go directly from the foot jab into the kick. So I hop in midair to get the power from the left kick. Foot jab, I keep it up in the air. Now I hop and kick. Just like that. Foot jab, keep it up in the air, lean forward, get your balance, kick. And make sure you're hopping it back so you get power from it. Faster. Foot jab. Notice how I lean forward after the foot jab. Foot jab, lean forward. That allows me to get my balance so I can kick. If I lean back, I can't, this leg can't come back. Lean forward after you foot jab. Now, then go right into the kick. And recover with that left kick. Back. Good. Okay, the next combination, short foot jab and right kick. So we're going to be doing both kicks from the right leg. Right foot jab. It's a short one because it's real short and quick. I'm not hopping it back. As I foot jab, I'm going to lean forward, just like on the other combination, and then hop and kick. I hop my foot back to the original position so I can get the power from that 45-degree angle. Foot jab. Short foot jab, lean, hop, kick. Quick now. Good. Okay, we're going to build some combinations now. it's pretty much up to the individual what kind of combinations, once they learn the tool, once they learn how to kick, once they learn how to put foot jabs and combination kicks together with other kicks, then you can start building your own combinations, whatever it is. So it's a pretty personal thing. Everybody's going to come up with their own ideas of combinations. But here's just some examples. As I kick twice on my right leg, I can come back with my left leg. And then I can do the opposite. 2 left kicks and then a right kick. Then I could go left, right, left, right, left. Foot jab and double right kick. Right foot dab, double left kick. Triple right kick. Triple left kick. Right, left, right, right. Good. So after a time, the feeder gets used to seeing which kick coming. That way he can feed it randomly and there isn't a preconceived drill. That's the 2 ways that Thai pads can be fed. One is to have preconceived drills. For instance, here's a 4 count. Right kick, left hook, right cross, left kick. That's one specific drill. But if he was going to randomly feed me, he doesn't know what kick I'm going to use. Good. That way he learns to feed from my stimulus rather than just holding me in place like that. He learns to read my kick because then he's learning the timing of the kicker so he can learn to counter. Thanks. Okay, we're going to do a couple drills, and I'm going to give you some tips along the way. This will kind of help your form, because good form is just as important as being able to hit someone hard or have good timing. You can punch all day long like this, but that's a whole different thing than correct boxing and precision hitting. Kicking is the same thing, kneeing, elbowing, grappling, anything is the same thing. You've got to have good form, good mechanics. Then you start applying speed and power and strength behind that. So we're going to call this one the cross, just because he's shaped like a cross and he'll be static. He's just going to stand still, and we're going to kind of work the form of the round kick. As I start to kick, 45 degree, I step and pivot, and I'm just going to lay my shin on him. And notice that my back has almost turned toward him. And look how much my support foot is pivoted. That forces me to turn my hip and my shoulder over, and that way my shin hits him rather than my foot. So we'll do that a couple times. Don't kick your partner, just lay it on him and then push off. Make sure you're pivoting on that support foot, turning your hips and shoulders almost like you're going to turn your back to him. And while you're doing this, you could add something else by pushing off. Push. That'll help keep your balance for the next one. And sometimes when you're kicking someone, he likes to grab that leg and then push off. And it's hard for him to grab it. Push off. Pivot, turn. Pivot, turn your shoulders and hips. 45 degree, pivot, turn your hips and shoulders. And now he's going to do it to me. Now we can do it with the left leg, same thing. Okay? Now, still being the static cross, you can also kick the leg. And we're going to do this in sequence of 4. Outside, inside, inside, outside. Again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Outside with the right leg. Inside, hop with the left leg. Inside, right leg. Outside, hop, left kick. And then he does it to me. So you just go back and forth with each other. So we'll go high. Make sure when you kick with the left leg, you hop every time. Either as low or high or to the head. It doesn't matter. Always hop it back because you won't get power with the left leg like this. It has to be in the rear, like that. So short hop and then kick. Hop, kick. Good. Okay, we're going to still stay with the cross, but now instead of being static, he's going to be mobile. So he's just going to stand in the cross position, and as he turns, I'm going to turn and face him. So he's going to turn, and this will help me do my footwork, make sure my feet stay right, make sure I stay in front of him, make sure I stay targeting like a laser from my eyes going right through his chest right here. So that's where I'm staying at. Whenever he turns, I'm going to turn and still face him. Now, as we do this, as he moves, I'm going to feed in the kicks. Whatever those kicks I did the last time, we did high, high on this side, low, low on the inside, other leg, high, low on that side. So he's just going to move, and I'm just going to kick. If he backs up, I'm going to foot jab him. Or if he gets too close, I foot jab him, make him go backward. And then kick. And just kind of put those together as he's moving. So he's like a slow-moving bag. And I'm just kind of tapping him. Good. Okay, the next drill I call back and forth, except instead of being static, we're going to be mobile as in the cross, but we're both going to be in a boxing or Thai boxing stance, just a fighting stance, and we're just going to go back and forth. He's going to mimic exactly what I do. Good. This drill will help you kind of understand the round kick a little bit more. There are 3 types of round kicks in Muay Thai. The first round kick is a downward round kick. Notice how my leg arches downward. A good one for this one is when he throws a right cross, right down that leg. And notice how my leg arches up and then goes down. So it chops downward like that. Okay? The next one is a round kick, a regular round kick. That's the one we've been doing on the tape the whole time. Straight around. It cuts just regular, straight across, horizontal. Okay, then there's the upward kick, upper round kick. If he's in a boxing stance, this is a good one that cuts right up underneath here when you go upward. As you go upward here. And you're making contact with the shin, coming upward. So the 3 round kicks we have: downward, downward, regular, regular, upward, upward. Good. Okay, we're going to end this session with some tips about how to make your legs stronger and your kick more powerful. One of the best things to do is wind sprints. Find a spot where you can make a 45-degree incline and make it 40 yards. And then just do wind sprint as fast as you can up it, walk down. And do 10 times. Every day, do wind sprints and your legs will get much stronger, much faster, much quicker. You have to think of the Olympic sprinters. How do they get so fast? Because they sprint fast, they practice fast, explosive things. They don't just jog around the track. They go very fast and explosive. So if you want fast kicks and hard kicks, do things that are explosive. And one thing you can do are wind sprints. Uphill is good, about 45 degrees. Sets of 10, 15, or 20 every day. The next thing you can do, we can call it a jump squat. When you squat all the way down with your head up and hands on your head, and just jump high as you can. And then come right back down to it, up, right back down again, up. The lower you get, the better you can get. Keep your back straight. Don't bend over like this. Keep your back straight as you squat down. And push up. Explode up. Do those at the end of your workout. Do sets of 10, do sets of 20. Get to where you can work up to 50 at a time, and you will have explosive kicks. The next thing you can do is duck walk. Everybody's done this in elementary school, in gym class. Just duck walk. Just make sure that you keep your back straight, head up. Work up to 1 minute round, a 2 minute round, or a 3 minute round, doing just duck walks. That will make your legs very, very strong. Lifting weights is good, especially the powerlifting or Olympic style deadlifts, the cleans from the floor. Develop a lot of power in your legs because you're having to drive it up from the floor. Have very strong legs with that. Okay, that's it for some tips. And the only thing I can say is the more you practice, the more repetition you get, the better you're going to be at anything in your life, especially if you're fighting arts. Keep practicing, keep repetition. Thanks. Well, that's it for this portion of this series of Muay Thai. I have a series of 5 DVDs. This is number 3. My next one will be knees. You can contact me for private instruction. I'm available for seminars across the country. And my email and address will be on the screen. Thank you very much. Welcome to DVD number 4, knee strikes. In this one, I'm going to share with you the structure of how to use your knees at long range, at close range, in the clinch, and then we'll end up with combinations using knees and kicks and knees and elbows. So let's get going. Knee strikes. It's important to learn knee strikes. The knee is one of the most devastating weapons you have on your body. In fact, it is the strongest weapon you have on your body. A 100-pound bantamweight boxer, when he throws a knee strike, it weighs 400 pounds. 400 pounds of pressure. So a person that weighs 200 pounds or more, or close to 200 pounds, when he knees, it's close to 800 pounds of pressure coming in. Usually when I teach girls, that's one of the first things I teach them is to use their knees, because their upper bodies usually are smaller than their legs. Girls have bigger hips than guys do, and so they have more leg power. Their legs are always usually naturally strong. Their upper bodies, not so much. It's harder for a girl to punch hard like a guy does, but they can certainly knee hard. Very good. So I teach girls how to knee, how to elbow, because those are stronger weapons to use. When you knee, you can do it from a boxing stance, or you can do it from a Thai stance or kicking stance. So either one you can knee on. When you knee, make sure that your knee isn't going straight up. The way our bodies are made in our the ball and socket joint of our hips and knees, when we do the knee, it comes up. It goes up. When you knee someone, you want it to be thrusting straight out when you knee. In order to do that, you're going to have to lean back as you knee. And notice how my knee thrusts out as I lean back. It thrusts out. So that's what you want to do. When you knee, lean back, lean your upper body back, and that will make your knee thrust straight out. When the Thais knee, tang, that's what they say. The word tang in Thai language means to poke or to spear or thrust. So when you knee, tang, and also come up on the rear foot, that will help you launch the knee forward, help you ballistically send the knee forward. When you come up, tang, tang, tang. The hand position, depending on the time you perceive an attack or to counter it, that's where your hands are going to be. Sometimes you don't see the attack, the punch, or the kick coming, and you just have to block. And then you can knee. But sometimes you have time to parry it, and your hands may be to your side, because sometimes you sweep a punch away, knock a punch down, and then you knee from there and go to the combination. Or sometimes you just stuff the person. As he's coming into attack, you just stuff him, you block like this, and then you start to employ the knee. Make sure when you knee that the knee you're doing it with, your foot is pointed down, because that will help point the knee. If you put your foot up, that knee isn't going to go straight out. Point your toe down, and that will help point the knee. So 3 things on the knee. When you knee, make sure that your foot is pointed downward, because that points the knee. Make sure and lean your upper body backwards. That makes it so the knee thrusts straight out. And come up on the rear of the other foot, because that helps you get length on the knee and ballisticness and power in the knee and torque. And that's it for the structure of the knee. Okay, now we're going to look at some different types of knees. The first one is a long-range knee. It's called long knee number 1. Long knee number 1. You can do it from a boxing position, or you can do it from a Thai boxing or kicking position. So, to start off, what I want is you to step forward. As you step forward, you're going to cover. 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 At the same time as you step, you lean forward and cover. Step, lean, cover. From here, knee, hang. Again. Step, lean, cover, bang. 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 As I start to knee, my hands come down to my side. That helps with the torque of the knee. The twisting helps with the powering and the mechanics of the knee. Bang. Long knee number 1. Step, cover, bang. I'm going to bring one of my students in, Terry. This one is long knee number 1, except on the Thai pad, and this is how it looks. When he throws a right cross, I step in, and that's my cover. I'm deflecting his right arm, and that allows me to load up on his knee. And then I'm going to throw knee number 1. Again. Cover. And notice I lean into it. I stuff his punch here. Or sometimes as he's punching, I don't see it in time to be able to knock it out of the way or deflect it downward or to step back. I don't have time, and I just go, whoa. Okay, so you block, stuff. Tahi. 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 Notice I'm not leaning backward because his power will knock me off balance. You got to lean forward because then that nullifies his power and it kind of gets him off balance a little bit and it opens him up for the knee. Tahi. 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 If I did it on a person, come here, Jeremiah. Without a pad, when he jab crosses, same thing. Notice, when he starts to cross, that's when I stuff it, and I block that punch. See it? I do it slow motion. As the right arm comes up, it deflects it, and this one helps it over. So the block in slow motion is like this, and then knee. Bang. Lean back, come up on the ball, the rear foot, and thrust it out. Thrust, not up, because you'll miss them. You have to lean back so that your knee thrusts out. Tahi. 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 And from there, you can go into the clinch or another combinations. That's long knee number 1. The next one is long knee number 2. It's similar to number 1, only the hand positions are different. When I do long knee number 2, from either stance, boxing or Thai boxing position, my hands will immediately come down to my waist so I can use torque on my body. Bang! So there's no blocking on this one. Bang! You just go straight into it. Bang! 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 Make sure and lean back. Bang! 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 Let's do it with a pad. This time, you see the punch coming, you have time, that way you can deflect it and knee it. Bang! 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 And then combinations after that. Jeremiah, if he throws a jab cross, go slow. This hand, just knock it out of the way. Don't grab a hold of it, because that makes yourself stick there. Don't stick yourself. Just blow it away. Just knock it out of the way. As if someone just stole my wife's purse, and I'm going to just get him out of the way. That's what you do with this right cross. Just get it out of the way. Dang. Dang. So he jab crosses, parry, dang. 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 Right to the face. Dang. 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 And that's long knee number 2. This type of knee is a short knee. Jeremiah, I'm going to use him again. This time, the short knee comes from when you're close, like here, rather than far away, where you can use the long one. This one is more like after I kick him, and I'm right here, and I'm a little bit closer to him. So as I kick him, he throws his right hand now. See how close I am. So I don't have time to get my hands over here like this. I'm already getting hit. So we'll go real slow. As I kick, and then he starts to hit, my hands come on top now. Come on top, and my knee comes straight up. Usually hits him in the chest or in the chin. But my knee is coming straight up this time. Straight up. And I'm launching myself with my other leg straight up. And I'm deflecting his punch downward, up like that. So I'm actually trying to put my knee through the ceiling, like that. Slow. Okay. I'm going to kick him. Now I'm close. See how close I am? As this punch is coming, this comes down. Tai. 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 Straight down. Tai. And knee straight up. Don't bend back. Go make your knee go straight up because I'm close now. So that knee straight up. Straight up. Shh. Tai. Shh. Tai. Shh. Tai. Shh. Tai. And that's the short knee. Strike I want to show you is skip knee number 1. This is a short range knee as opposed to a long range knee. For this one you have to be in the clinch. In Thai boxing, when you clinch, I'm going to use my student. When you clinch, you start out with the left hand first and then the right hand follows, and that's the clinch for the knee. Don't reach out with both hands and just grab like this. Always when you start the knee, grab and then grab with the other hand. Then tighten it up. Grab with the left. Make sure you're covering with your right and your chin is down. That way, because he's going to try to hit you on this side over here when you cover. So when you grab, make sure you're not this, because you're going to get hit. Make sure you're covered. Cover here. As you bring this other hand up, put your palms together like this, and then put your elbows together. Don't interlock your fingers because they'll slip. Palm to palm, elbows together. Grab, cover, palm to palm, and put your head close to his head. Don't put it away because you get head butted. Put it on the side or on the side like this with your elbows together. When I put my elbows together, that keeps him from backing out or trying to go underneath. I can control him better. As I move him, it's much easier for me to control his body when I move his head. Wherever his head goes, he goes. He cannot stop me from making him go wherever I want him to go, no matter how big he is. If his head goes that way, he's going to go that way. This is a good clinch to get into if you want to control someone's head and to knee them. On the skip knee number 1, as I clinch and I hit with the knee, Make sure you drive your hip forward as you drive your knee and pull him into you. At the same time, when you skip with the other knee, hop it up off the ground and hit with the other knee. So you hit and hit and hit. Hit, hit, one foot on the ground, because that allows the other one to cock and blast him away. Pull him into the knee as you knee him. To practice this on a stationary object, this is a good way to learn the mechanics and get your balance before you do it hard on the pad. As I knee it and I come back, the other foot's up, bang. Hit, hit. Notice my other foot's off the ground. Hey, day, 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 and you pull them into your knee. Day, day, day. That is skip knee number 1. Next, skip knee number 2. When you grab the person, make sure, just like in the clinch with skip knee number 1, cover and grab at the same time. Grab with one arm, and then clinch with the other one. As you knee, same thing. Drive your hips forward and straight with the knee. Pull him into the knee. Don't hold him there and try to knee him. Knee as you pull him into it. That way you double and triple the power of the knee. And it pulls him off balance. Hey! Now on number 2, when I want to switch to the other leg, I hop it and both feet are on the ground now, as opposed to the first one I did, which one foot was on the ground. Day, 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 knee, hop, knee, hop, knee, hop, knee, hop, knee, hop, knee, hop. Both feet are on the ground. If you do it on a stationary object, same thing. You can just practice. This is a good way to learn the mechanics of it. Because I see too many people kneeing like this. There's no power. You got to thrust your knee forward. Hit, hop, hit, hop, hit. As I hop, I'm chambering or cocking that other leg back to get ready for the power knee. Hop, hit, hop, hit, hop, hit, hop. Hit, hop, hit, hop, hit, hop, hit, hop, hit, hop. And make sure always to pull him into the knee. Whether it's skip knee number 1 or skip knee number 2, always pull him into the knee. And that's skip knee number 2. The next close range knee I want to show you is the curved knee. Now I'm going to do a stationary target first. On the curved knee, this one comes from an outside position in, and it hits with the inside of the knee rather than directly on the tip of the knee. So it's not a thrusting knee. It's more of a swinging type knee. When you do this one, open your leg up like you're opening a gate or closing a door, like this, and you're actually slapping with that hard bony part on the inside of your knee here. Just hit it with the inside of the knee like that. So don't turn it over because it's not on the tip of the knee. Like I said, you're not thrusting it with the top. You're hitting it with the inside of the knee. Daddy. Daddy. Knee out and slap it. Slap it like that, on the inside like that. Daddy. And notice how I bring my leg out. That helps the momentum. And I'm also bringing the target to me. And I'm making them collide together. A good way to practice this is make your legs like a pendulum. Back and forth. Daddy. 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 If you were going to shadow box the curved knee, daddy. Daddy. Notice I'm doing the pendulum motion. Daddy. 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 This pendulum motion is really important. Let me see, Jeremiah. When you do this motion, this is a good way to practice it with your partner. Pendulum back and forth. Daddy. 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 Notice I'm pulling him in to whatever knee is going to hit. Daddy. 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 Now notice, as I pull him, daddy, daddy. See how he's off balance now? Ooh, good time to throw a good hard straight knee on that one. Curved knee again. Grab, cover, daddy, daddy. On the outside of the thigh, on the rib cage. Pull him into the head. Daddy. Daddy, daddy, daddy. And that's the curved knee. In this segment, we'll explore some combinations with knees and kicks, putting them together. Combinations are sometimes a personal thing because I will come up with different combinations than you'll come up with. Everybody has different variations, different thoughts about what combinations feel best for them. So these are just some examples. When you learn punches and kicks and knees and elbows, put your own combinations together and come up with new ones that somebody else doesn't have. Or take something that someone has, add to it, then you come up with a different combination because it's endless. Terry and Jeremiah. Now, the first combination I want you guys to do. He's going to do a right long knee and then a right round kick. Now this is similar when we went through the DVD on kicks and we did the double kick. This is similar to a double kick except you're kneeing first and then kicking. So the mechanics are the same. It's a knee and then kick. You bounce off the floor with the foot. You knee and kick rather than kick and kick. So right long knee and right kick. One more time, right long knee, right kick. Okay, so Jeremiah, do it hard now, 3 times. Ready? Go. That's 1. 2. 3. That's good. Now the next one I want to do is right kick and right knee. So we're just going to do the opposite of what he just did. So he's going to start with a right round kick and then right knee. Same mechanics as doing a double kick. He's just doing it with a knee and a kick. Same mechanics. Right round kick, right long knee. There, ready? Go. Good. Okay, the next one. Right kick, right knee, right kick. Right round kick, long knee, round kick. So kick, knee, kick. Good. Now do it hard. Kick, knee, kick. Good. Kick, knee, kick. One more time. Kick, knee, kick. Good. Now you could see if you did this for a 3-minute round, it'd be very tiring. Do it for 3 rounds. Do it for 5 rounds. That's why the Muay Thai fighters are such good fighters, because they're in such good shape. It's not that their techniques are better or worse than anybody else's. It's just what they do best. No one in the history of fighting in the ring have beaten the Thais on a regular basis. That's their thing. There have been foreigners who beat the Thais, but they haven't done it on a regular basis. The Thais have taken the knees and the kicks and the elbows and put them together in a very, very good, efficient fighting system. There aren't very many techniques in the entire art of Muay Thai, but every single technique is hard like a hammer. Okay, the next one we're going to do is left knee and left kick. So, on the same principle as the left kick, to get power with it, he has to hop it back and knee. So, left knee, left kick. Good. Go right into the kick. Knee, kick. That's it. Knee, kick. Good. Okay, do it hard now. Knee, kick. Knee, kick. Knee, kick. Good. The next one, kick and then knee. So do a left kick, make sure and hop it with the left kick to get power. Kick and knee. Same thing. Left kick, left knee. Good. Again, left kick, left knee. Good. Make sure and turn the shoulders when you kick. Pivot on the foot, turn your hips, and make your leg loose like you're swinging a bat. It's not a snapping kick, a dead weight kick. Okay, go hard. Kick, knee, kick. Good. Again, one more time. Kick, knee, kick. Good. And those are just samples of kicks and knee combinations. Okay, we just finished some combinations with kicks and knees, which are more long range. Now we'll do some combinations from the clinch or close range. A good way to practice this without going hard at first to learn the mechanics of it, go over the 3 close range knees, which is the skip knee number 1, the skip knee number 2, and the curved knee from the clinch position. So with Jeremiah here, I'm going to clinch, grab first, cover, always do that. That's a principle. Cover as you start to clinch. Never reach out and just grab, because it's too easy for him to get me back. It's too easy for him to counter me. Grab, and now I grab again. Okay, so if I start with knee number 1, and then knee number 2, you just skip knees, and then curve knee, curve knee, curve. So we'll just put those together in combinations. Skip knee number 2, 1, curve. Notice you can hit them on the shoulder, leg, stomach, chest, straight up in the face, curved knee, skip knees, curved knees, curved knees. Notice how I'm swinging him right there and move him into it. Bang. So in this drill, just put the different knees together. Jeremiah's going to do it on me now. Cover, grab, clinch, any knee he wants to do. Skip knees, curved knees. And those are some combinations in the clinch with the close range knees, the skip knee number 1, skip knee number 2, and the curved knee. Do these also on the Thai pads, and you can really get a good, hard training to understand how to knee hard. Do the same thing on the Thai pads. Sometimes in mixed martial arts, if you stay clinched too long and you're against a good grappler, he's going to find a way to get you down to the ground. So there has to be a way for you to get some good knees in and then get him off of you so you can still stand up and fight him and you don't get taken to the ground. So Jeremiah, when you're in the clinch, and you feed him a couple knees, and you're softening him up and really hitting him hard. Then take him and swing him out and let him go right there. That's when you kick him. Notice when I swing him out this way, he kind of stumbles and falls that way. When you kick him, you follow him that way. Knee, throw him and follow and kick. Hold him lower. Yeah, again. Again. Double kick. Notice, when I push him out, I don't push him out with both hands. I push him out with one hand and I cover, and then I deliver the kick. Or I throw him off here and I stay covered, and then I kick. If I push with both hands, notice where my hands go. He can hit me, or he can kick me here or in the head, because look how my arms go. When you push someone, look at your arms go, they wham right there. So don't push him with both hands. Push him with one hand. One hand. Now, let's say we're in kicking range. Same thing. As I kick him, I don't want to set it down and then try to reach and grab him from here. I'm too far away. Because as I kick and set down, if I go toward him, he can just punch me now. Bang! And intercept me. So a good time to knee after you kick is before, right there, almost as that foot hits the ground. So you don't want to finish and then try to grab. There's no way. He'll get out of the way, he'll punch me, he'll move too much. But if I kick him, he has to deal with the kick. Whether he's getting kicked or he's blocking it, he has to deal with that kick. That's the time to grab him. See it? Right here, grab. As soon as you kick, don't wait. Don't wait here, because he just moves out of the way. If I just grab him, he just moves out of the way. Yeah. Move out of the way. It's hard to grab him. Don't let me grab you. It's hard to grab. If I kick him, now I can grab him easier. See it? So make sure when you kick the person, whether it's the right or left leg, grab right when you finish the kick. Don't stop the kick and then try to grab. Make it all one motion. Dash, 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 dash. And those are combinations going from the clinch to kicking and kicking back into the clinch. Okay, let's do some counters in the clinch. When the person has you clinched in a knee situation, you don't want to be here very long because you're going to start eating some knees. So the first thing I want to do is called the arm weave. Take your right arm and go over this arm and underneath the other one. And then put your palm underneath the other one and lift up on this one and pry it up like this. And that creates a small hole, so now I can get this hand on the inside, and now I'm in a better position. So he's going to do the same thing on me. You can do it right or left arm, it doesn't matter. Put your hand underneath his arm and your elbow over here almost on his bicep. Because when you lift this lever, that causes this elbow to really dig into his bicep and his shoulder over here. And it really opens him up here. And then you've got a small hole underneath here, a small opening to fit your arm through. And then reestablish your position. So as you reestablish your position, then just kind of work a couple knees, and then he counters, now he goes, and that just kind of helps you practice as soon as you get into your position to start kneeing. And that is the arm weave counter for the clinch. The next counter I want to show you in that clinch, when he's in a clinch position, take your right arm, or it could be your left arm, and cross face him. Take your fist and your arm and go across his face. And cross face him so that it really rubs a lot of friction across his jaw and his face, and that forces him back. And there's your hole to get your other arm inside and establish the position. So either arm can come under my arm or over my arm and cross face until he pushes me away. See it? Just go right across the face like this. Don't try to go under the chin because he can put his head down. It doesn't work like that. Just make your fist and just rub it, just cross face him like that. And then get your clinch. And again, as you cross face him and you reestablish your position, knee, and then he cross faces, okay? And that's the cross face counter to the clinch. Okay, here's another counter if he has you in the clinch. This one we'll call it a stiff arm. Take either arm and go underneath between his arms, under his chin, and just push his head straight back. And that gives you your position to establish your inside position on the knees. Straight in between, push the head straight up like a stiff arm. Underneath, in between his arms, and just push straight back like a stiff arm. Just stiff arm him. As you do that one, establish your position and knee, Go. Good. And that's the stiff arm. Okay, another counter to the clinch is a hip stop. As I start to get to my clinch, he puts both of his hands on the crest of my hip, on top of my hip bone. That keeps me from kneeing because I have to use my hip to go forward as I knee, and it stops me. So he's stiff arming my hips, so I can't knee. So that's a good way to stop the person from kneeing. Now, if I want to counter this, if I want to get those hands off of me so I can knee, there's a couple things I can do. One is to wipe this hand off with my knee and then knee him here. Knee, So you just bring the knee up like a curved knee and you wipe this arm off. Try to get your knee and wipe that arm off like that. And then knee it. Just go right into the skip knee. After you wipe that arm off, bang, and just knee him. If you do it on the other side, wipe the arm off and knee. 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 From there, knee. Come back to the combinations. Think up your own combinations to do after you knee. Either elbows, push them off and kick, push them off 4 count. Different punching and kicking combinations. When you push them off, kick. Think up different combinations, trying to do the same thing all the time. Another way, as I start to knee and he stops the hip, sometimes I can't get my knee up enough because sometimes these arms are out like this and I can't get up high enough because he counters it by putting that elbow up and I can't wipe the knee off. So now I use his elbow and dip and lift that arm up. So I just lift it up. See it? I can't wipe his arm off because his elbow's up too high. So I just dip down, use my elbow into here and lift this one up. Curved knee. Other side. Lift. Get underneath his arm, lift it up. Follow. Bang, bang, bang. Follow the combinations. So when he stops your hips from trying to knee, either wipe his arm off and knee, or if you can't do that, duck under, lift his arm up, bang, and knee, push him off. Combinations. And that's countering his hip stop. Okay, we're going to look at using your knees in a grappling or a ground fighting position. A lot of times in the MMA arena, people get in positions where they can't use strong knees. You can get power in your knees if you do it the correct way on the ground. One of the ways you can do it from a cross-body position, just drive this rear knee into the rib cage. Turn all the way this way. Drive it into the rib cage right here like this. As I come straight in, notice I'm not coming down. That's a different type of a knee. The straight knee. And I also like to bring him toward me like that. As my knee comes in, I bring him toward me. See it like that. Knee it as you bring him in toward you, okay? Now, you can go from this knee, then straight knee, straight knee. So it's similar to skip knee number 1. Because in skip knee number 1, I'm going here, 1, 2, 3. I'm doing the same thing with him down on the ground. Knee, 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 knee. Now you can also do a version of the curved knee. This one comes up and down, slaps him on his abdomen, or on the face, or on the shoulder. You slap him like this. So you can do combinations. Curved knee, straight knee, straight knee. This position right here is good for this knee, right there. It's perfect, because a lot of times he will try to move and get up, and see where his head goes? That's a perfect, just sandwich him right here. Just bring his hand over and just sandwich the knee. Knee here, turn back over, knee, straight knee, curved knee, curved knee right here. See it? Switch it. Sandwich. Sandwich the knee in the head. Here. Turn it back over. Slap the knee. Curved knee. Curved knee. Curved knee. Switch it again. Sandwich the knee. Just like this. Those are some knees from that position on the ground. Okay, that's it for knee strikes. Be sure and check out the rest of the DVDs in this series. My name is Mike Parker, and it was a privilege to teach you today. Hope to see you again. Hi, my name is Mike Parker. I'm your instructor for this series. I'm the director of Muay Thai, or Thai boxing, in the state of Oklahoma, under the direction of Arjan Chai Sirisut of the Thai Boxing Association of the USA. I'm also a full instructor under Guru Dan Inosanto in the Filipino arts and Jun Fan Gung Fu and Jeet Kune Do concepts. In the 5th DVD, we will put it all together. We've covered boxing, elbow strikes, knee strikes, and kicking. Now I will show you training methods, counter strikes, more counter strikes, and we'll also address grappling situations and hitting on the ground. So let's get started. Okay, this first section is called methods of training or ways of training. Solo training is training by yourself. When you don't have a partner, when you don't have equipment to train with, you can always train by yourself. The first thing we'll do is shadow box. You can shadow box anything. Any technique you know, you can shadow box it. You can mimic the motion. In shadow boxing, you want to work on all of the boxing techniques that you know and put them all together in a random, just like you're fighting someone, except there's no one there. That's why they call it shadow boxing. Okay, so from a boxing stance, you can shadow box the jab. As you jab, move like you're fighting somebody, high jab, low jab, double them up. Just shadow box with the jab. Bang, bang. Just play a tune with your jab. You can also shadow box just the cross. High, middle, double. You can put the jab and cross together. Randomly shooting out whatever one you want. So it's not robotic. You shouldn't be going this. It's not a robot. It's movement, and be alive when you're moving, when you're punching. Think of different combinations. Jab, cross, jab, 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 cross. Then you can shadow box the hook. High hook, middle hook. And then put it together with jab, cross, hook. And then put your uppercuts. When you shadow box, think up as many different combinations as you can do. Be as alive as possible. Be creative when you shadow box. Don't try to do the same thing all the time. Think up different scenarios, different ways of moving, different combinations to throw. Now I'm going to use some bobbing and weaving, more body motion with my hands. Okay, I'm going to have a couple of my students come out. I want you to watch them shadow box. and I'll call out to them what I want them to do, and then they're just going to randomly do whatever punches they want to do. Okay, you guys, shadow box with the jab. Go. Notice each one has a little bit different take on it, a little bit different style. One guy's longer, this guy's shorter. Each of them move differently, but they're both jabbing. Okay, shadow box to cross. Good, shadow box the jab cross. Notice how they both move different. They throw different numbers of left and right hands. Good, now shadow box just the hook, the left hook. Good, now jab, cross, hook. You should be able to shadow box all your punches going forward, backward, circling left, circling right. Be as creative as possible. Throw some uppercuts. Okay, everything goes now. Jab, cross, hook, uppercuts, bob, weave, forward, backward. Good, you guys, thanks. Shadow boxing is homework for boxing, like any other subject. If you do your homework, the chances of you passing the test are much better. Shadow boxing will really fine-tune and sharpen your boxing skills. That's it for shadow boxing. In Muay Thai, they both shadow box and Thai shadow box. When you Thai shadow box, that means you're going to be in a Thai boxing stance rather than a boxing stance. So when you open up into a Thai stance or a kicking stance, this is what it looks like when you're shadow boxing in the Thai boxing style. So you can shadow box with the boxing, but you step into the boxing structure from the kicking stance. Go back in, because the Thais move in and out of the boxing and kicking stance while they're fighting. The other tools besides boxing are elbows, knees, and kicks. So if you shadow box elbows, and then you start putting it together with boxing. You can shadow box knees. Long knee. Shadow box kicking. Right. Notice when I kick and I go all the way around, I don't stand like this. Because this is what will happen. Let me use a student. If I kick at him and he moves back, out of the way, right here, that's when he's going to get me. Or he'd kick me up in the head. Wham! See, right there. So when the Thais spin around, when they miss a kick, they have to recover. And like that. So when you're shadow boxing, when you go all the way around with the kick, recover with his knee up, Forward and hands up. Learn to control your body weight and your balance. Same thing. Put it all together. Boxing. Elbows. Knees. Waist kick. Right. A couple of my students come out and they will tie shadow box. Thai boxing stance. Shadow box, elbows. Use all the elbows that you know. Regular elbows, upward elbows, downward elbows, spinning back elbows. And be creative with them. They're like musical notes. Just play a tune with your elbows. Just like you do when you play your tunes with punching, boxing. Shadow box knees. Long knees. Short knees. Skip knees. Curved knees. Okay, shadow box kicks. Okay, put it all together. Boxing, elbows, knees, kicks. Every technique you know in boxing or Muay Thai, any kind of stand-up that you know, put it together in a shadow boxing scenario. Be creative with it. Don't do the same thing all the time. Think up different combinations. Good, excellent. Thanks, guys. And that's it for Thai shadow boxing. In this segment, we'll look at training with equipment. There are lots and lots of different ways to train with different equipment. One of the best things to train your heaviness in your punches and your kicks, any of your striking, is the use of a heavy bag. There's the Thai heavy bag in which you can kick and punch everything on this one, do leg kicks on it. The regular heavy bag, mostly just boxing. You can also knee and elbow on it, but not quite as good. This one's a little bit heavier, and it doesn't move around quite as much. There are all different kinds of bags. I like these two bags because you can work everything on them. On the Thai bag, you can work the lower kick down here like this. You can work punches. You can work elbows. You can work knees. I like to do this one because you can clinch this one to work your close-in knees, okay? When you work the heavy bag, you want to think about power and heaviness. You'll never learn to box or fight punching one of these. You'll only learn how to hit hard and heavy on one of these. You won't learn how to fight. You learn how to fight by sparring and putting together the things you know into a sparring scenario and then seeing if it works. Hitting the mitts and other equipment by itself, you won't learn. You'll just learn how to hit hard. So it's a tool to use to develop different attributes. The attribute being power, endurance, heaviness in your punches and kicks. That's why the heavy bag is made, so you can learn to hit hard. I'm going to box it first. Notice I move around the bag. Traditionally, the bag should be swinging. As it swings, you move around the bag. So if it's swinging, you should never reach out and hold it and make it still. The purpose of the bag swinging is so you can learn to move around it and time your punches and kicks. When you're hitting the heavy bag, you should do every punch you know. You should isolate punches sometimes. Maybe you want to work just on your jab, so you can jab high, move, hit it. Think about transferring your body weight onto the bag. Rather than tapping it, drop your weight on the bag. Now, if you elbow the bag, it's the same thing, but the range is a little closer. I can't elbow from out here. I've got to get closer. You can put it together with your punches. On the kicks, the Thai bag is best for this because it's long. Make sure you have good form when you're hitting the bag. As you hit it and get more tired, more fatigued, then your form will go down. You should hit the heavy bag near the end of your training session. Training on the heavy bag and hitting the bag is more for developing power rather than precision or timing, like maybe hitting the focus mitts or sparring. Remember, the heavy bag is for learning how to punch hard and heavy. And that's punching on the Thai heavy bag. Okay, so let's look at hitting the regular heavy bag or the standard heavy bag. You'll find these in every single boxing gym. Any kind of gym that practices real hitting, you'll find heavy bags. That's the only way you learn how to hit hard and heavy with your punches. In a boxing gym, you won't find the Thai heavy bag because they don't kick. The heavy bag is a good tool to develop hard and heavy punches. It's hanging because when it moves, you have to move around the bag. Never reach out and touch the bag and hold it like this and then punch it, because you wouldn't do that in a fight. You wouldn't hold the guy like this and then punch him. So you have to move around the bag as you hit it. Try to maintain good form when you hit. Remember, whatever hand you hit with, the other one stays up. And vice versa. Don't go too crazy on the heavy bag. Because again, you don't want to do that in a fight. You want to keep good structure as best you can. Obviously, the more tired and fatigued you get, your hands are going to drop, you're going to loop your punches more. But when you start hitting the heavy bag, try to keep as good a form as you can as you're hitting hard. As the round progresses, when you hit the bag, try to crowd the bag. What I mean by crowding it is getting closer to it and giving it harder and more punches. And that's hitting the heavy bag. Okay, the next piece of equipment I want to show you is the over and under bag. Notice that this is a stretchy bungee cord, and this bag goes back and forth in different directions. This is a good piece of equipment to develop timing of your punches, timing of your combinations, rhythm. There's a rhythm when you punch and when you kick. When you fight, there's a rhythm. And this is a very good tool for that. So I just want to kind of show you a little bit about it. Obviously, you can't just start punching bang, 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 because you haven't got the timing and the rhythm. This is a good way to practice getting your rhythm first. Just kind of do it like a musical metronome. See, every fourth note 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. See it? Then you can break it down a little bit farther. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Then you can go 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So just different rhythms like that. You could just work your jab first, because if you can't hit it with a jab, you're not going to hit it with your right cross and your hooks and uppercuts yet. So incrementally just build up your punching on it and move around it using the jab. Sometimes you'll miss, but you should work up to where you're missing a lot less than you hit it. I'm sorry, you're hitting it more than you're missing it. In the beginning, you will miss it a lot because you haven't got the rhythm of your body or the bag yet. When you start getting your jab, where you can hit it just about every time on cue at different times, then start throwing in your right hand. When you're shadow boxing, you're hitting the bag and you go 1, 2, it's the same rhythm when you hit this, but you have to time it right. When you can do that pretty much every time, then put it together with your jab. When you can jab it and cross it, then start working on the hook. Now this is a little more difficult because when you jab and cross, it's going to come back and forth in a straight line. When you hook it, it's going to go side to side. So that's the timing of it. Hook it right there. See it? One more time. 1, 2, 3. Just like if you're hitting the bag. 1, 2, 3. Shadow boxing. 1, 2, 3. Hit the bag. 1, 2, 3. Hitting this thing also mimics hitting a person's head, because a person's head is moving back and forth like this. That's what this is for. This is someone's head, a moving target. You learn to hit rhythmically at something moving with your combinations. You can also work on defenses. You can slip it and bob. Hit, see it? Back and forth. And that's just a sample or example of hitting the over and under bag. You got to practice with this thing a lot before you get the rhythm of it. But once you do, you can have a lot of fun with it. Okay, another simple training tool is a rope. The rope signifies a fist. As you go underneath and come up and punch on the other side of someone throwing a punch. If I use my student, Jeremiah, this rope signifies his straight arm. So I'm doing the same thing under his arm as I'm doing under the rope, whether I'm punching or just moving. So if his arm is straight out, I'm doing the same thing underneath that arm, okay? Thanks. So this rope signifies an arm. We'll start with the basic movement. The basic movement is bobbing and weaving under that rope. Use it as you're making a V rather than a U. Don't make it rounded, a V. Make your legs, make your body go up and down, not your waist. Use your legs and turn that shoulder up and down bobbing, weaving. If you go forward, obviously, you can go backward. And that's bobbing and weaving under the rope. Start this first, because this will coordinate your body with your feet. Make sure your feet don't get too close together. Make sure they stay apart, and just incrementally move down the rope. Keeping your hands up, good boxing structure. Okay, now we're going to look at some punches with the rope. As you come underneath it, you bob and jab on either side with that left hand. You can jab more than one time on one side and then come up on the other side. So you just kind of play your own game, your own tool with that punch. Any number of punches with that jab on either side. Okay? If you throw the cross, it's the same thing together with the jab. Only on this side you throw the cross, this side the jab and the jab and the jab, throw the cross on this side. A little bit more with the jab and cross. Okay, that's the jab and cross. Now, if you want to do the hook, notice when I bob and weave under this, this is a good time to use a body punch or a body hook. So to practice the hook under the rope, just hook as you move and bob under it and hook the body. You can also hook the head like this. Go over the rope as you go underneath it. Hash, hash, hash. So we got low ones, high ones. So that's the jab, cross, hook on the rope. Let me do that a couple times just so you can see what it looks like put together. There's no certain pattern for the punches. You put your punches together however you want to do it. But make sure you put the punches together in a good combination, and that your feet are moving right, that you're balanced, that your boxing structure is good, that you're not too much off balance and just flailing. Okay, now let's look at the uppercut. As I go under, uppercut on the same side of the rope. Same side of the rope. Uppercut, 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 uppercut. Or I can go on opposite side of the rope. And I can go outside. So that's 3 ways to do the uppercut on the rope. Inside. Opposite on the outside. And the other one on the inside. We'll put those together with the jab and cross. And the hook. Now uppercut. And that's an example of hitting and moving along this rope. Excellent, excellent exercise for coordination of combinations and moving your body and your feet all together. Okay, on this section of the methods of training, we've covered solo training, we've covered training with some equipment, and now the other part is called training with a partner. Because if you can't train by yourself, or you can't train with a heavy bag, then you can have a partner train with you. There's a zillion kind of drills you can do, and we're going to go over a couple of them. The first one, we're going to use some focus mitts. When you hit the focus mitts, the first element I want you to understand is just hitting with single punches. If I hold up the left focus mitt, he's going to hit with the left jab. If I hold up the right hand, he holds the right cross. So we're just going to go back and forth with the straight punches. With the focus mitts, We'll call that element number 1. A little faster. Make sure you maintain good form when you're hitting these. Focus mitts are primarily used for precision and combination punching. Not too much power because the heavy bag does that. Focus mitts are the name of it, focus. You want to be like a laser in precision when you hit. That's why the targets are like this. A little heavier. Yeah, there you go. Harder. And notice I'm moving toward him. That makes him move and stay away from me. That causes him to stay at his range of hitting without getting too close. Because it's hard for him to effectively punch if I get too close to him. It smothers his punches. So he learns how to hit and move. In boxing, you've heard the term stick and move. That's what that means. Hitting and moving and staying at your distance so you can hit the person and he can't hit you. If I go toward him, that causes him to move away and stay out and stay away from me as he's hitting. Okay, so that's element number 1 with the focus mitt. Now, element number 2 with combinations. I'm going to hold one straight and the other one sideways. And he'll go jab, cross, hook, cross. Jab, cross on this one, hook on this one, cross on this one. A little bit slower, Jeremiah. Jab, cross, hook, cross. Jab, cross, hook, cross. Okay, so that's the second element. Harder. Go. Good. Okay, the second part of this one was still in element number 2. Jab, cross, hook, cross. As he crosses, I'm going to hook. And he's going to follow up with a cross and a hook. Let's look at that again. Jab, cross, hook, cross. Now I'm going to hook. He crosses and hooks. Notice when he does that last cross, 1, 2, 3, right there. When he crosses, that's a good time for me to hook and hit him. That's why he needs to bob and weave after he crosses right there, because this hook is coming. So that's a good way to train him bobbing and weaving this hook after he crosses this left hand, this last punch, the fourth punch. Jab, cross, hook, cross, bob and weave. 1, 2. Now, from right there, notice his body mechanics. His shoulders is a good time for me to cross him right here. So that's why he bobs and weaves on this side and comes up with a hook and a cross. One more time. Jab, cross, hook, cross, bob and weave. Notice how he comes up, and right there, he's cocked for his right hand to shoot. That's the one to hit with first. He hits with the right hand, and then follows with the hook, and then he bobs and weaves my right cross. Now look right there. He's cocked with that left hook right there, and that's why he follows with the hook first on that side. So go slow again. Jab, cross, hook, cross. Look at his body mechanics. He's cocked with the right cross first, follow with the hook. Now he bobs and weaves. Hook first, then cross. A little bit faster. Notice, go slow. Notice I'm not doing this. See it? I'm not going over his head. I'm giving him a realistic angle at his jaw because that's where he's going to get hit. That's where I'm going to aim for his jaw and his head. So when I hook, when he does this one, I'm going to go right at his jaw. That's why he has to bob and weave correctly and go underneath it. And when I cross, I'm going to aim for his jaw. That's why he has to bob and weave correctly. Do it again. One more time. Jab, cross, hook, cross, bob and weave, cross, hook, bob and weave, hook, cross. One more time, a little bit slower. Jab, cross, hook, cross, bob and weave, cross, hook, bob and weave, hook, cross. Now, to finish up with this portion of it, when he bobs and weaves, he's going to hit the body. Bang, see it? 1, 2, hit the body. When he bobs and weaves, that's a good time for him to hit the body. Anytime you bob down underneath someone's punches, that's the perfect time to hit their body because he's outstretched. It's a good time to hit the body. When I'm hooking, it's a good time to hit the body. Good. So, on the focus mitts, we got 2 elements. The first element, Straight punches. Jab. Cross. That's it. Hash. Hash. Ah. Now you can tell them to do whatever you want to on those particular ones. For instance, double jab. Double cross. Jab, cross, jab. So you're working just the straight punches. And you can work them in combination or just randomly hold the mid up and he can hit them. The second element he puts in combinations. Jab, cross, hook, cross. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then he bobs and weaves. The next part of that, he hits the body as he bobs and weaves. So we put those two together. Okay, now the third element. When I'm out to hit this range and I step in to hit his body, he's going to cover his body when I hook to the body with the focus mitt. That simulates me hitting his body with a hook. I'm here and I hit the body. So he's going to uppercut with the opposite hand and then follow with a cross. One more time. Again. Good. On this particular one, when you block that body shot, uppercut with the opposite hand and then follow with the cross. See the body mechanics? Go a little bit slower. Uppercut. Cross. Again. Good. Now, when he crosses, I'm going to bob and weave. 1, 2. See it? One more time. Hit the body. Uppercut. Bob and weave. Now we can go to the other side. Uppercut. Hook, cross. Bob and weave. 1, 2. That's the third element. Hitting the body. As he throws his uppercuts. Now, when you uppercut on the other side, finish with that cross and then bob and weave. Just finish with that cross. Every time. Again. Good. That's element number 3. So on the focus mitts, the 3 elements are, number 1, straight punches. Now, combinations with bobbing and weaving. Again. Good. The third element, I'm going to hit his body. He's going to use uppercuts. Other side. One more time. Good. I'm going to use it on another one of my students. Same thing. Element number 1. Element number 2. With the body shots when he bobs and weaves. Now with the body shots. And that's training with the focus mitt. We've looked at focus mitts with training with your partner. Now let's look at the Thai pad. Now, Terry and Jeremiah, they're going to do the 4 count. The 4 count starts off with a right kick, followed by a left hook, followed by a right cross, followed by a left kick. Notice, in the Thai stance, he does the Thai round kick, and then follows with a left hook. Notice when he hooks, he steps into a boxing stance. So he's not staying in that wider stance. He steps right back into the boxing stance, followed by the right cross. And then now, when he left kicks, he hops it back to get power from the left kick. One more time. Right kick, left hook, right cross, left kick. Good. Now do it a little bit faster. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. Now, that's a basic 4 count. there are four counts. The next one I want to do, we'll start with the left leg, the left round kick. So we'll do the left round kick, followed by a right cross, left hook, right kick. It's just opposite of the very first 4 count. Notice after he kicks with the left foot or the left leg, his body drops right there. Do it again, Jeremiah. Kick, drop, that's when the right hand hits. See it? Do it again. Drop the body weight, bang, right there. And then the hook comes up, and then the right kick. Good. Notice how his body mechanics. Left kick, this starts his right hand. That starts his left hand. This starts his right kick. His body's going back and forth, left to right, right to left. 4 count number 3 starts with the right kick, left hook, right cross, and right kick again. Good, that's number 3. You're just doubling up on the right side. Right kick, left hook, right hand, right kick. Good. So he's going right, left, right again, but he's just doubling up on that right leg. A little bit faster. Good. Again. Hush, 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 hush. Good. Now it's important that the person holding the tie pads adjusts to this person. If he punches, that's his range. But because the tie pads are being held out a little bit farther than his body is, he's going to have to adjust a little bit so he can kick. Otherwise, this person is going to be punching and then backing up to kick. That's not what should happen. He should punch and go right into the kick. So the person holding the tie pad has to adjust for his kick. 4 count number 3. That's better. It goes right into the kick. After the punch. Good. Okay, 4 count number 4 is what you would guess it would be with the left leg. But we're going to double up on the left leg on the last kick. So we go left kick, right cross, left hook, and left kick. Again, that's it. 4 count number 4. Notice he left kicks, he hops it back. In Thai boxing, to get power from this lead leg, you've got to hop it back into the rear. You've got to bring it back so you get power from that rear leg. 4 count number 4. Good. Okay, now we're going to go through all 4 counts. 4 count number 1. Right kick, hook, cross, left kick. 4 count number 2. Left kick, right cross, left hook, right kick. Number 3, right kick, right kick. Number 4, left kick, left kick. When you're training with the Thai pads, there are 2 ways you can do it. One is making preconceived drills like we did in the last session, where the person holds the pads for a specific technique, whether it be punches, then he holds it for kicks, then he holds it for knees, then he holds it for a kick again. So you can make specific drills and count each one out, and the person holds them stationary for each technique. The other way to do it is for this person to randomly feed me the Thai pads. That's what it's called. He's feeding me the Thai pads. That way, I can kick whatever kick I want to do, grab and knee him and kick him any way I want to do it, or any way, any time I want to kick him. So, for example, as I kick, he just turns because he doesn't know what kick I'm going to use or when I'm going to grab him to knee. So he isn't holding him for me to kick. He's reacting to my kick. And that's randomly feeding the Thai pad. Make sure that the person holding the Thai pad understands that he's reacting to the person's kick, not holding him in place when you're feeding him like that. Okay, the next part of partner training would be sparring. In boxing, obviously, they spar with gloves, mouthpiece, headgear, and they go hard. That's how you learn to hit with precision, hit with power, learn how to work your defenses. Sparring is going against a resisting opponent that is trying to hit you and you're trying to hit them back. You're mimicking fighting is when you're sparring. That's I would call it the laboratory. You learn certain tools outside the laboratory, and then you take those tools and try to make them work in the laboratory. So you're sparring, that's when you try to work your jab, your cross, your hooks, your bob and weaves. And in boxing, they spar hard all the time, every day. And in Muay Thai, when they spar, they only spar hard boxing. They don't spar hard kicking and kneeing and elbowing because, as you can imagine, if you were sparring hard with knees and that hard elbow and the kicking, the injury rate would be too high and you wouldn't be able to fight. You wouldn't be able to compete because you're too busy trying to fix your injuries. So in Muay Thai, they spar hard with headgear and boxing gloves and mouthpiece, boxing part of it. But when they kick and knee and elbow with the punching, they put it in a more timing-oriented sparring session, and we'll cover that in the next session of this DVD. This section is called counter-strike. We'll look at some specific counters to specific strikes. So when Jeremiah, when he throws a left jab, I'm going to show 3 counters to this left jab. When he jabs, I can split it high. What I mean by split is his arm is splitting. I'm on the outside and this is on the inside and I'm hitting him high to the face. Okay? So split high. Split high. Split high. So if he was just jabbing me and I was parrying and we were just kind of working it, split high. That's when I would fit it in. So when you're sparring with a mouthpiece and gloves on, that's one of the things you would try to do when this person jabs is split high, hit him in the face. Okay? It's easier to do it here because I can play with it and he's not really trying to hit me hard, but I can time it right there. If he goes a little bit faster, split high. It's easier for me to do it because he's not hitting me. When you spar and you're getting hit, it's more difficult. That's when you really learn how to do it, when you can do it under pressure. The next one I want to do, if he jabs, I want you to do the same split, except this time I'm going to hit him in the solar plexus or in the rib cage. Just hit low. Split low. Split low. Split low. So if I play with his jab, parry, parry, split low. Split low. Split low. So number 1 was split high. Number 2, split low. The next one I want to do, when he jabs, I want to cross over the top of it. Okay, that's the original meaning of right cross, was when this person uses his left hand, I go across his arm. Another reason it's called a cross is because I'm going across my body. Okay, so when he jabs, I go across and hit him. I beat him to the punch. As he jabs, boom, I hit him right there before his jab gets to me. Or I'm leaning a little bit and slipping a little bit and just threading it over the top, right there on over his shoulder, and throwing a right cross. That's the 3rd counter to the left jab. There are many, many, many counters. I'm just giving you examples. Number 1, split high. Number 2, split low. Number 3, cross. High, low, cross. Okay? Play with it, split high. Play with it, split low. Cross. Cross. Split high. And that's some counters to the jab. Let's look at some counters to the cross. Since we're specifically talking about Muay Thai, you can counter with punches or kicks or knees, whatever you want to do. Here's some specific ones. When he right crosses, I want you to scoop it with your left hand. That opens him up on that side. Scoop. When you scoop it, I want you to hop this leg back at the same time. And now I'm going to left kick. So scoop, left kick. Scoop, left kick. Scoop, left kick. Scoop, left kick. Okay, now the next one. As he crosses, block it with your arms. Like when you do a long knee. and just knee him. You're smothering his punch right here, and then kneeing him, bang, when he's open. Another way to do that one is when he crosses, knock his arm down as you knee him. Notice I'm leaning back when I knee. We cover that in the knee DVD. That's the counter to the right cross using the knee. Now, the next counter I'm going to do, when he crosses, I'm going to use my right kick on the leg or the middle section or up high to the face. One more time. Go slow, Jeremiah. See how I'm moving away from his cross. Going this way. Go straight. You're slipping it and kicking the leg, kicking the body, kicking the face. So the 3 counters to the right cross. Scoop, left kick, long knee, right kick low, high, and medium. Now we'll look at some counters to the left hook. We'll start this with motion. He's going to jab and then cross and then left hook. That's when I'm going to use my counter for the left hook. So I'm going to parry this one, parry the cross, and when he hooks, I'm going to step in and cover right here. One more time. So parry, parry, cover. One more time. Parry, parry, cover. From the cover, I'm going to right cross, left hook, right cross. Again. Cover, right cross, hook, cross. And because you're in sort of a close proximity, this is more of a short right. And then hook and then cross again. So it's not a long, it's more of a short right or short overhand with the right hand. Parry the jab, parry the cross, cover the hook, cross, hook, cross. One more time. A little bit quicker. That's number 1. Number 2, jab, cross, cover. Now I right elbow and left elbow. One more time. Cover, elbow, elbow. Be careful when you're doing these because elbows will cut really easy on the person's face. So do these easy and take your time. Don't go too fast or too hard when you're elbowing the face. Just take your time. Cover, right elbow, left elbow. Again. Cover, right elbow, left elbow. Cover, right elbow, left elbow. That's number 2. The next one I want to do, parry the jab, parry the cross. As you cover on the inside, use your left hand on his neck for a lever. It comes on the back of his neck, and I'm pushing his head over as a lever. That keeps him away from me. Inside, right here. One more time. Cover, right here, and lever on the neck. As I push out, his natural inclination is to push forward back to me because he wants to get back. As he comes forward, you release it in an elbow, and then come back with another elbow. Cover with the neck lever. Right elbow, left elbow. Again. Cover, lever on the neck. As he pushes back, release it, right elbow, left elbow. He just falls right into it. Elbow, elbow. Number 1, cover, cross, hook, cross. Number 2, cover, right elbow, left elbow. Number 3, cover with a lever on the neck, right elbow, left elbow. And those are some counters for the left hook. Let's look at some counters to the right round kick. When he kicks with his right leg, I'm going to counter it with the first thing, shield. Just lift the knee and point the knee toward his leg, toward his shin. That way his shin runs into that sharp point of the knee. If you've ever banged your shin into some corner of a table or a chair, you know how bad it hurts. And that's what you're doing. You're pointing your knee and he's hitting his shin on it. Make sure when you do that, notice my foot, it's up like this, it's not pointed down. If you point your foot up, that tightens up this area of the leg. If you point your foot, it loosens this up and you're more likely, if you crash shins, you're going to break your leg. So put your foot up when you counter with the knee. Shield. Also notice, I'm not standing straight up, I'm crouching into a ball. Because sometimes this person is really kicking hard or maybe he's heavier and you have to really make a shield of your body when you pick that leg off. So tighten everything up like that. Shield. 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 Notice, if he faked low and just kind of went high, if I just went like this, oh no, see I get caught there. So that's why your hands need to be up as you shield in case he comes up high with it. Okay, number 2. As he kicks, I'm going to foot jab with my left leg. And I'm intercepting his kick with my foot jab. Or I can do them with the right leg, foot jab, left foot jab. I'm watching his hip because his hip and shoulders precedes his kick. That's when you pick it up. If I wait for his kick to come out, it's too late. When I see his hip move, bang, that's when I get him. Intercepting, foot jab, boom. And then I can follow up with combinations. So number 1 is a shield. Number 2 is foot jab. Number 3, I'm going to wrap it. Notice how I move at an angle to cut the power of his leg. In Thai boxing, if you stand there and catch it, you're going to catch the shin on your rib cage, and that's not good. So the kick is too powerful. It's not a snapping type kick, so you have to get yourself away from the power. Just cut the angle. But also notice if I catch it here, he can grab me. And now he can knee me. Yeah, see? So you have to counter that so he can't grab you. As I wrap, I lean him out. And that way he's off balance. Lean, see it? One more time. Okay, but I'm not pushing him over. So stand straight up when because I'm going to run him backwards. I'm going to run him into a wall or run him into the cage or into the ropes. Okay? Now from here I can knee it. One more time. Cut the power and lean. As I knee it, I'm going to put this foot behind his leg and that trips him. Then we can start over. Or if I want to grapple with it, we can go to the ground. Cut the power. As you cut the power, make sure, lean, knee, step behind him. From here, we could leg lock. We could flip him all the way over and go into just different locking procedures or grappling modes. Number 1, on the counter of the round kick, shield, shield. Number 2, foot jab with either leg. Boom. Right when he starts to kick, that's when you foot jab him. You intercept his jab. You intercept his right kick with your foot jab. You beat his kick with your kick. Number 3, cut the power, lean. Knee the inside of the leg, step through, and we go to the ground. One more time. Shield, foot jab, cut the power, lean, knee, step, and trip. And those are some counters to the right round kick. All right, we've looked at some counters to the punches, some counters to the kicking, And now we're going to look at some counters for someone who wants to wrestle with you. So Jeremiah, let me use you. When he wants to engage and wrestle with me, he'll shoot in and do maybe a single leg tackle or maybe a double leg tackle. When he comes in, he shoots in. Shoot, okay? So we're going to counter that. The first one, we'll call it the hop and knee. The important thing to remember, when he shoots, he does it in a straight line. When wrestlers or grapplers shoot and try to take you down, they don't shoot in a circle. They shoot in a straight line, like a bull in a matador. So he's going to shoot straight line. The important thing is to get off the line. That's how he misses. Like a matador, when he comes in straight, they just get off the line and he goes by. So that's the first part of the hop and knee. As he shoots in, I hop, and that gets me off the line. As he comes in to shoot, I'm also touching his head so I can understand where his head is. Remember in the other DVD, we did playing with the football and elbowing. This is similar to that. Sensitivity of when getting off the line, hopping and grabbing his head so I maintain contact with it. As I hop out of the way and move off the line, I just knee it right there. Go slow. Off the line, hop, and knee. Off the line and knee. It doesn't matter which way I do it. I can go with either knee. But the important thing is, as I hop, I'm getting off the line. So he's still going in a straight line because he can't shoot like that. He shoots in a straight line. So you just make him miss the shoot and the knee. Hop and knee. Hop and knee. Off the line, knee. Off the line, knee. Off the line, knee. And then you could go in, if you're a grappler yourself too, you can go into grappling procedures from there. And that's the hop and knee against the shoot. The next counter I'm going to show you against the shoot is the hop and kick. It's similar to the hop and knee, only as I get off the line, I kick with the shin, and I'm pushing his head a little bit farther away. Hop, and hit with the shin on the face or on the head. So it's kind of a short version of the round kick, and I'm just bumping him with the end of my shin there near my knee as I kick the face. Bang, right there. Do this one easy because this look, I mean, it's simple to do, but if you go too fast, you don't have control. You'll accidentally kick a knee your person you're afraid in the face. So go kind of slow at first. Hop off the line, kick the head, hop and kick. Hop and kick. Go both ways. Hop and kick. Notice as I hop, I'm pushing his head a little bit farther away so I can get the shin. Hop, kick. Hop, kick. Hop and knee. Hop and kick. Hop and knee. Hop and shin. Hop and kick. And that's the counter to the shoot called the hop and kick. The next counter to the shoot, I'll call it the matador uppercut. It looks like this. When he shoots in, I get off the line. Again. Get off the line. Get off the line. As I get off the line, uppercut right here. Uppercut. Uppercut. Because again, he has to shoot straight. And if he goes real slow, as I make him miss, that's when my uppercut's hitting him. Bang, right there. Boom, right there. And then you can follow it with whatever you want. Bang, bang. And then follow with combinations. Go this side. You can go either side. A right uppercut. Same thing, except I'm just switching my feet from a left lead to a right lead. But as I'm switching, I'm getting off the line. That way he's shooting straight ahead. Bang, right there. And then come back over with an overhand would be a good one. Bang. Bang. So, the 3 counters to the shoot. Hopping knee, hopping kick, uppercut, get off the line, uppercut, get off the line, uppercut, hopping knee, make sure and get off that line, hopping knee, hopping kick, uppercut, and then follow with different combinations. Okay, we learned countering the shoot. Sometimes you don't get the technique you want. You can't get everything every time. Sometimes you miss the knee to the head, you miss the kick to the head, you miss the uppercut, and he takes you down anyway. The only thing I can say is you have to cross-train. Make sure that you learn grappling and submissions also, just as much as you learn boxing or Muay Thai or any other art. You've got to be well-rounded if you're going to be able to, if you're talking specifically about MMA, compete at the level people are at today, they're all cross-training. They're all learning how to fight. They're all learning how to stand up and fight. They're all learning how to fight on the ground. Wrestlers get in there. They learn how to box. The boxers are learning how to wrestle and how to do submissions. So the only logical explanation is to be well-rounded, to know a good stand-up game, to know a good ground game. So after missing, when he shoots in and I miss this knee and he grabs me, we're going to go right in and I'm going to pull him into my guard. This is why you should learn about grappling. So you can be safe down here in this position so that you can get back up. If you're a hitter or a striker, then you're safe down here because you understand what's going on and to be not get caught with something so you can get back up into your regular mode that you're more comfortable in. But you should get pretty comfortable down here too, because a wrestler or grappler will always force a stand-up person down. But the stand-up person will never force the grappler to get up. See what I mean? Given enough time, this grappler will take the stand-up guy down every single time. But the stand-up guy will never force the guy on the ground to stand up. Because you've seen it in the UFC. The guys lay on the ground, they stay there. They don't stand up if they don't want to. And the guy can't make them stand up. Okay, so if I have this person in the guard, he's going to sit back, just like he's boxing, up on his knees here like this. He's not going to come forward, because if he comes forward, then I can wrap him up, and then he can't hit. So for him to be able to hit in a good position, he's got to be more upright. So he can throw the cross, he can throw the jab, he can throw the hook, he can throw the hook, okay, jab, cross. So we can just feed him, just like we did when we were standing up. Just because you get on the ground doesn't mean that you forget everything when you're standing up. You bring what you know standing up down here and just modify it. So we'll do the same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's as simple as that. You're hitting him with the right cross. Give me the right cross. Hitting him with a jab. You're hitting him with a hook. You're hitting the body with a hook. You're doing the same thing. Low hook, low, high, low hook. Yeah, see? So you're just boxing from this position. That's all he's doing. He's punching from this position. If he elbows, it's the same thing. He can throw a right elbow. He can throw a left elbow. Now, rather than trying to reach for me with an elbow, with his right elbow, he's going to reach. See, I can see it coming, and I can pass it and start countering him, okay? So it's better that he grabs the back of my head from down here. Now elbow. Bang. See it like that. So from that position, he punches a couple times. Bang, bang, bang. Then he grabs. Elbow. That's a good time to elbow, when you grab the back of the head and bring him up. So then it's harder for me to counter him because I'm all scrunched together. Okay? So we'll just do a drill. He's going to jab, cross, jab, and at his discretion, he's going to grab the back of my head and right elbow. Go. Now he's going to do the same thing, except with the left elbow. So he's going to grab the back of my head with his right hand and elbow with the left elbow. Now he can alternate back and forth. He's punching either hand. He's hooking, because I can hold the mitts up. He can hook. He can straight punches. He can hook. I can hold him however I want to for him to do that. And at his discretion, he grabs with either hand and elbows. Don't forget elbowing the midsection. From the punch, from right to crunch, he could drop down and elbow with the rib cage. Elbow right there. After he punches with the right hand, elbow right there. 1, 2. See it? Punch and then elbow. Bang, right there. Same hand. 1, 2. Do it again. Bang, bang. 1, 2. See it? Now, this drill also inadvertently helps me develop my abs. Because if you're sitting here holding these pads for round after round, you're doing crunches, and you're going to have some super abs. So everybody that wants good abs, do this drill. Punching, punching, punching. You daze him, and then grab him. Boom, wham. Hit him with that elbow. Elbow. Good. Now, that's punching from the guard. He's in my guard. He's punching sitting straight up. He's not too close to me. Because if I reach up, that's not very good for me to be able to reach up because he's going to elbow and punch me. Plus, if he gets too low, I can wrap him up now. And it's hard for him to punch. Okay? And that's him punching and elbowing in my guard. I want to say something here right at the last. This DVD was a long one, but there was a lot of material to cover. We put everything together. We put the boxing together with the kicking, together with the knees and elbows, different combinations. The important thing is be creative. Put your own exclamation point on it. Don't try to be exactly like someone else. You can't be someone else. All you can be is yourself. When I teach my students, I teach them how to punch, how to kick, how to grapple, how to use weapons, but I don't teach them how to do it the way they're going to do it. Just like I can't teach them what kind of food they're going to like or what kind of way they're going to decorate their house. That's their own personal expression of how they do things because they're individuals. Martial art is no different. You're going to pick things that work for you. Martial arts is like you're going to go buy a new car. Everybody drives a different car, a different color. They like a different style. They like leather interior. It's all different. They decorate their houses different. They go to a restaurant. They choose different foods. Nobody likes the same thing. Martial art is the same way. You cannot mass produce martial arts students to look like you. It'll never happen because then you don't allow them to be themselves. So I teach them to punch and kick and grapple, and they develop their own way to do it, their own way to fit the techniques in. And if you practice hard and a lot and have a lot of discipline, work your own style, work all the different kind of combinations you can think of, put these things together. And another thing, make sure and cross-train. Make sure and learn the game of boxing. Learn the game of kicking. Learn the game of kickboxing, because those are 3 different games. Learn the game of grappling, just wrestling. Learn the game of submissions. Those are 2 different things, because a collegiate wrestler and a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu person, that's 2 distinct different ways of fighting. Learn them both. That way you understand how the guy wrestles. That way you understand submissions and other grappling methods. Be well-rounded. Be like a chameleon and fit into any form that comes in within your range. Know how to deal with it. Be comfortable on the ground. Be comfortable standing up. Know how to defend against a boxer. Know how to defend against a submission guy. Know how to defend against someone who shoots in for the tackle or the grab. So just be well-rounded. There's no real secret in martial arts other than maybe that. Just be cross-trained and be familiar with different structures, different ranges of combat. The last thing I want to say, and it's really been awesome to do this DVD series with you guys, and thank you, Jeremiah, and thank you, Terry. When you train in Muay Thai, make sure that you respect your partner before you train with them. Before you train on the Thai pads, you notice, before we train on the focus mitts, each of us we did our respects to each other. In Muay Thai, that's just how it's done. If you go to a Thai camp in Thailand and you train and you don't respect each other before you train, you're liable to get kicked in the neck. It's just how it's done. Always respect one another. The reason is, when you respect, you're doing 3 things. First thing, you're respecting the person you're training with. You respect him as a person. We respect also the Thai people who, like Arjan Chai, came to our country and taught us Muay Thai. But last, it's because you respect yourself. And everyone knows if you don't respect yourself, you don't respect anything. So always, always, when you train in Muay Thai, and I myself and my students, when we train in all the arts, we always respect each other before we train. And I hope you enjoyed this DVD. Please check out all the other 4 DVDs It will definitely enhance your game, your stand-up game, in the cage, in the ring, or possibly when you get in confrontations on the street. Thank you very much.